President, Rector of the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, college guests. Welcome to the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences International Conference, 30 Years of Safe Freedom. This year, we celebrated 30 years of Estonia regaining independence in 1991. More than a generation has grown up in our own country, our own state. The journey has been quite long. On the other hand, we've developed quicker than our neighboring countries. So today, here and now, we can say that it's good and safe to live here. But how did we get here? How did we achieve this? That's what we're going to be discussing here today. What's happened over these 30 years in Estonia, in Europe, and in the world? Our 2 days of conferences are not only retrospective. We also look at today, and we will look into what's going to happen tomorrow. Will we be able to cope tomorrow as we do today? But today is a very special day because on 1st December, Estonia celebrates the Day of Internal Security. It is to honor all police officers, rescuers, servicemen, and everyone else who, on a voluntary basis, contributes, and to all those who make sure that our life in Estonia would be safe. It's also a reminder that independence is not to be taken for granted. Thousands of people work for that on a daily basis. Thank you for that. Today's conference, as we are already used perhaps by now, in a hybrid format. Unfortunately, we are not able to invite all our guests to this conference hall, but we sincerely hope that you get the same wonderful content through participating online. We have 2 working languages, Estonian and English, so some of the presentations will be in Estonian, others in English, and they will all be simultaneously interpreted. And you can choose the language. In the workshop, you just choose the agenda in either of these languages. And the conference is even more meaningful if you ask questions. So again, in the workshop platform, you can ask your questions and you can like the questions that you find most relevant. But now let's move on to our conference. Our very first speaker, President Kersti Kaljulaid, has been the President of the Republic of Estonia from 2016 to 2021. She has safeguarded democracy, human rights, equal treatment, and freedom of speech. One of the main ideas during her presidency was something that she said in the beginning of her term. She said that I will never be quiet when our safety, security and freedom is endangered or those who are weaker are attacked. Now I give the floor to President Kersti Kaljulaid. Good morning. Indeed, all of you who are active in internal security, you have been on the same path as I during the past 5 years. Whenever those who are weaker have been under attack, you come into the play. And thank you for that. For 30 years, we have been able to build up a state that we prefer, what we like. And as I'm more than 50 years old, I think I can say that this is the kind of state that we wanted. Our generation had that luck. Yes, I can be quite critical when I can comment on certain aspects like the green transition or data mining, even data selling and buying. But the fact remains that during the past 30 years we have built the foundations so that today we can discuss on these other aspects, and in that we don't differentiate. We are not different from any other developed, wealthy country, Germany or Finland, and it's not very typical in the context of those countries who started their independence in the 1990s. We are lucky to have the neighbors that we have. Even before acceding to the EU, the European Union supported us. They've been like a lighthouse to us, to see which direction to go. FARE used to be the program that definitely helped the Estonian institutions to develop and become more Nordic in their mentality. That's one of my thoughts. And digital infrastructure was also very important to us. Roads and these infrastructures could be built by others as well. We were not fundamentally better than the Ukraine or the Northern Macedonia, but our neighbors are wealthy Nordic countries. And I don't know if there's a link, but it's to be discussed during today. And we also have the European Union as a very powerful negotiator. So whoever is born in Estonia gets very good conditions to run into global competition. So these are the preconditions. But it's not only geographical aspects, because the EU is something that we had to get into, NATO as well, and the foreign investments had to be attracted to Estonians. So it's about how we treat capital. So throughout our independence, we have said that capital is always equal, whether it's from Estonia or from abroad, that there are no special agreements. We don't give control in any economic sector to one or other forces or powers, and this is very important in keeping a corruption-free environment. So, we have built Estonia like we wanted to have. It's a result of right decisions and good leadership. And young people now are in a position to take over. So the foundations are there and they are solid. And there might be certain things that we did not know that we wanted even. And they have to do with internal security and safety. We didn't know how to want violence-free society. 30 years ago, we wanted no murders to be taking place on the streets, and that was sufficient back then. And the streets today are very safe, but now the safety has to reach every single home and schools in Estonia, because this is problematic. We didn't know that we wanted that in the beginning, but now I see the younger generation and how they foster and encourage development of violence-free society. So this is something that we can continue working on, and the young people can work on even more. But the world has become more complex. So everybody who wants to join either good or bad principles, they have much more powerful tools than 30 years ago. They have the social media to use for doing good deeds as well as bad. And when the internet emerged and when Delphi was created with all these opportunities to comment on articles, and then we imagined already that at one point everybody would understand that, like, you wouldn't spit on someone's face in the real life, you won't do it online either. That was the hope. But actually we've seen that the cyberbullying is now coming from the digital domain to the real world. So it normalizes bad behavior in face-to-face communication. And it's a big concern for me, because we don't see any country at the moment in the world where major conflicts have been solved without violence. I'm not talking about revolutions only, but I'm talking about having different opinions, and quite many members of the parliament, mayors, politicians have been killed and died due to their opinions. And Molotov cocktails were thrown at the Estonian Parliament building and the internal security service building as well. So what I see is that we have two different directions of movement in the society. So young people are craving for and ready to create a more safe and caring environment, but there are trends that work against that. But let's not let that throw us off our path. So we need order and rule of law. But why do we have to go through the same things, the same ideas, which we think that people have grown up with, starting from the kindergarten? It's not that, well, referring to the Estonian writer Andrus Kivirähk, I really like crossing the way when the pedestrian's light is red. I really like being there in the midst of the cars. So why do we have to explain that? The internet in Estonia has been regulated well. In Estonia, many countries don't have it at all. So we are in a better position, but we have to be very careful in spotting these trends that happen online, and then we can confront them. And I know that your colleagues stand strong in their daily work today when their working environment is very unpleasant, in order to make sure that we follow the rule of law on our streets and in the future also in the digital domain. So I'm very proud of you, and I empathize with you, and I'm grateful for your work. Thank you.
Aitäh, proua president. Ja nüüd ma palun siia ette kahekõne.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I would like to invite here the head of the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, investigative journalist of Postimees Daily, Erki Koort, for the discussion and dialogue. Thank you for this nice opening and also the conference opening. It prompted many ideas, and we can now continue thinking along the topic in the form of the dialogue. I would like to ask you, what was your first exposure to the restored internal security structures in 1990s? Madam President, I don't really remember. I have been lucky that I have only once become a victim of crime. I was talking on the phone, walking down from Stenbock, and a crook actually took my phone, and he was never identified, and they could not differentiate between all these young criminals at the police station. And of course I have been stopped because I exceeded the speed on the road. And when I visited the Prime Minister Laar, I had a serious discussion. I thought that I was in a rush. I will never do it again. To my generation, it seemed that we were used to trick the militia, and it took him several years to understand it's our state, it's our police, and we should change our attitude. Maybe some of my generation has never really grown up to this. And you have had your internal dialogue. And again, when I drove to Klooga Beach, I forgot that I was driving through the settlement and made the wrong turn. When you were the advisor to the Prime Minister, you definitely had contacts with the security structures, the police, security police, the customs, the rescue board. What was the impression of the structures at the time? In fact, I had an also understanding how these structures are going to develop. And the 90s were really a wild period. There was a lot of creative approach, sort of. And it was the time when we really didn't know what is allowed, what is not. It was all at the discretion of the executives. Definitely, Estonian leaders did not possess the methodical skills for management, but they acted well. When we look at it in retrospective, then today's decisions, the young people will panic if they are exposed to such chaos. But we managed to survive. When the first public procurement Act was adopted, and the first concerned the Tallinn prison, and I made also a proposal. We were sitting there thinking whether we'll be able to leave this room at all. We have never been to the prison before. We couldn't understand what they are doing. They are opening the envelopes, reading out the text, and the businessmen also had the first experience of such kind. Our growth has been very rapid, and whatever was a norm then is not a norm today anymore. But many things that we do today in 10, 15 years will be questionable. At the time when you worked for European institutions and observed the Estonian developments from the distance, what was your experience? Your home country seems always to be safer than other countries because you know all the safe paths, where you can go and where you can't. When I see that in Pääsküla settlement, the old garages are still there and the dogs are barking. But in Estonia's case, if something happens to somebody in the streets, we are somewhat indifferent. Unlike in the Western Europe, when people rush to the help and call the ambulance or the police, we somehow don't want to interfere if somebody is weeping at home or what. Just on Saturday morning, you'll push your pram across the street and watch it from the window, and somebody will come and warn you that you shouldn't leave the pram there. But coming to this example, do you often expect that the police or the rescue officers will solve the problems? But it is not in their competence. It's again the question, how ripe is the society for the new ages? We'll say to the police officer, solve it. It seems that it's directly connected with our understanding of safety, but very often the police is unable to solve it. The police cannot resolve the aggressive, nervous behavior in the society, because if the police interferes, it's too late already. This begins from the preschool and school age. Jan Oospol said, if we had loved our children more, there would be less hatred and violence in our society. This is the starting point. When it reaches the level of the internal security system, then something is wrong. That means that you have to use the emergency brake. But it is also possible that when the society reaches a certain development level and everything is good, such things don't happen. Therefore, it's necessary for the internal security structures to be sufficient. But what is sufficient if we know that 40% of passport applications can be processed online? Then it's good. There are many safety elements that can be minimized. Where should the police officer control the traffic? Where are the traffic signs? Where are the cameras? It is never possible to say that internal security is sufficiently developed by certain criteria. It depends on the level of technology and not only the society. In 2007, when I started to work for the Ministry of Interior, the lawyers, well-known lawyers in traffic law, said that every car should have the GPS device which will meter the speed of the car and send out alerts if you exceed the speed limit. It was like the dream for traffic policemen that you can control all the drivers. At the same time, we started to install traffic cameras in Estonia. I don't comment on this example. For the last 5-10 years, I have been telling that we should really understand what kind of digital methods can be used in our society, like the ID identification. The state uses all these proactive digital services which are still experimental. That does not abide by the requirement of protection of personal data. Well, we don't talk about the retired person, about the young people who don't study or work, live at the expense of their parents. Now the question is, which services we should offer them, and they can refuse from the services. We need a regulation which is simple and understandable to common people as concerns the use of our personal data. When I leave the football stadium, everybody leaves at the same time. We know that they all started their own cars, and now the traffic lights are readjusted. But I want to know how this data is processed. If the government allows some company to use certain databases, I want to know how they are, at the end of the usage, deleted. Or GDPR, the European regulation. It is not a tool when you have to read through it and say accept all cookies. You need a tool that acts as a filter between yourself and the wider world, that these data you are allowed to use, and when you have completed your task, you should delete them. We don't have such a tool. Asking about the GDPR regulation. Really, we often just push the button accept all. In your opinion, did the GDPR increased the ownership of personal data, and when this accept all function was introduced, they became they changed the mind. Some of them maybe are conscious of that, but there are also people when seeing this accept all function give up the request for the service. Many people didn't think on the data, and in many countries, people don't understand which kind of data they trust and which they don't. That means that other countries should catch up with us, and we should actually explain better to our people how we use the personal data, but the best place for that is our parliament. In Estonia, the academy conducted a study, and Estonia trusts the government, the state, as the handler of the data much more. From the technical point of view, it is possible to achieve compared to private companies. When you buy online from other Estonian company and make a transfer by the online banking and do not receive the invoice, then you may think that that thing is unsafe. When it comes to the development of the internal security in the country, as the president, you were at the head of the State Defense Council, the members of which were the top officials. How ripe was this environment then? Our servants are very competent, and sometimes too competent that the politicians really fear them. And they understand that they have not reached the level of their servants, public servants. In my opinion, our parliamentaries need a proper training. Not everyone has read the instructions. They need a sort of introductory training into, for example, internal security matters. I would recommend it also to the bigger local councils, so the people will know how to act. There are those who know the rules and manipulate of this knowledge by collecting the votes. But still, there are many who are helpless. They don't always understand the used acronyms. And I will, in the council referred to, I have witnessed it. Capability to express your own area of competence in simple words. It is also necessary to communicate with the media. The media uses very often these acronyms, and people don't really know what they mean. Of course, it's necessary to compile a glossary of acronyms for the members of the parliament. Estonia is now coming to the end as a temporary member of the United Nations Security Council. You personally made a huge contribution while Estonia campaigned for this position. We have now been part of the Council for 2 years, and we can take a look now at the road we have traveled. What about the internal security? Should it have been more on gender? Yes, maybe if there would have been some more contact points. We, during the campaign, also addressed the minister institutions, provide ideas which kind of topics we should bring to the attention of the world. For example, the e-government is that our team was very small in numbers. We would have expected more questions and offers, and some of the countries asked us to share with them the experience of our e-government projects. As a part of this campaign, as a person who has traveled a lot in the world, we underestimate often our achievements. We have achieved a lot compared to some of the countries who send daughters and sons across the borders to work who are handicapped, and then these handicapped children actually are returned. We really don't know how awful the world could be for a lot of people. And we today think it's good that nobody on the African continent dies of the COVID infection. Why they are young? Because all the old people are dead already. We should have more empathy towards the world in order to better assess what we have. This academy trains top officials for the internal security. What would be your message to them? I was thinking about it. We have every year 150 police officers adding to the workforce of the police office. We need more. Every year we have school graduates, about 13 to 14,000. Half of them continue the studies at the university level. But again, we have medical nurses who say that they need more nurses. And our national needs actually should consider all these cohorts. If somebody chooses a profession and are trained for that, they should use the skills in later years. At least the education they have achieved will be also useful during their lifetime. It is important, and I have also been a witness to the fact that this educational model, when open graduation, not separate subjects are tested, but the situational orientation is considered. It's all possible to progress from the master's level to the PhD level. But in my opinion, not enough young people progress from the bachelor level to the master's level. Of course, we also expect to participate in the master's program the top officials of this sector. Why they don't come to our academy? It's probably that the workload is so high that they don't have the time for studies. And the academy also conducts research into internal security. In your opinion, which area needs special attention, which is still missing? In the Estonian research landscape, very few researchers know how to find these things that need to be studied. But there is a lot of material available. When 5 years ago I was placed under diplomatic security, I researched the internet. In order to understand how it functions, it's a question to Estonian scientific world that common people could know how to use the knowledge and material available. This tool must be simplified. A simpler way should be found to teach our people, so that the bachelor and master's thesis would be available to all and everybody, irrespective of what are the interests. We also have the new edition of our proceedings, which includes a part of the research studies conducted at the Academy. I have the pleasure to present you this edition. I really regret that we still cannot meet face to face. But we have the vaccines available. People have been vaccinated. It's possible to get the booster dose. When will be the time when we take the responsibility and have ourselves vaccinated and tell the others that you also have these possibilities? Although the researchers say, keep your calm, but we still have the cyclical approach. How to come out of it? If the vaccination actually decreases the mortal outcome by 20%, how to, in case of the influenza, how can we break this vicious circle concerning the COVID-19?
aitäh.
Thank you. Thank you, President. And thank you, Mr. Court, Mr. Reiter, for this fascinating interview. If it was up to me, I would have let you go even longer. But now, let me give the floor to someone who, over the past 13 years, has passionately contributed to the education and training in internal security. Director of the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, Mr. Marek Link. Please, the floor is yours.
Lugupeetud president.
Madam President, Head of the Institute of Internal Security Studies, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, either physically here or online. It is actually quite difficult to take the stage after having seen the previous speakers as we had. But I'm very pleased to do it, and I will try my best. Today's conference is significant in more ways than one. And as our moderator Kerli already mentioned, today, 1st of December, is the Day of Internal Security in Estonia. And we appreciate and celebrate the work of everybody in the rescue services, in the police, and elsewhere, those who take care of our republic on a daily basis. Congratulations to you on this day. Many of you have graduated our school, even though the name of the school has changed. We have renovated, rebuilt the school, but the core principles, the ideas that we stand for have remained the same. And what's more, it's the first conference delivered to you under the new logo. So, as of today, all the conferences, seminars, workshop, we will introduce under the logo and slogan or symbols of the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences conferences. The main idea is to keep things scientific and research-based in order to give us a platform for discussing these ideas. It's the 17th time that we organize the annual conference, and I do hope that this event, this conference, also reaches its 30th anniversary like Estonia did in August this year. This year it was quite difficult also to decide what the idea around which to build the conference was, because there was so much choice. But we had to pick one, and we had two options for the name of the conference. Either 30 years of freedom safely, or the other one that we eventually chose, 30 years of safe freedom. So there is a small change in the syntax, but the focus, I think, is now on the right place with the 30 years of safe freedom. I think in many ways this is a conference of telling stories, telling the story of Estonia. What is this story like? What is it like looking from the inside through various professions, and how does it look like when looking from the outside? So why storytelling conference or telling stories? It's one of the longest, oldest ways to learn. It's very educational storytelling, and it's very inspirational. And it doesn't matter if it takes place by Zoom or by the fire. Is there anything to learn from the Estonian story? I think so. The Estonian Academy of Security Sciences is quite a small university in terms of global context, but we have been able to leave a mark in 50 countries. And on cases where I have been there on missions, like Hemingway has met at least one Estonian in every harbour, I've done the same. And they might be in various uniforms, perhaps the defence or the policing. But these are Estonians who share their story, help others, or train someone. All this has improved the reputation of Estonia. It has made us a reliable partner. And sometimes I get the feeling that other countries don't even realize how small Estonia really is. And we have done all this in the hope that if we should need in the future at any point our partners' help, they will come and help us, like they did 30 years ago. And in case of Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, I can say that we built up this school based on foreign experience and know-how. But now, coming back to the feeling on safety and security, we all have our own story to share, we all have a role to play. But every time you open a media channel, I think we all, every now and then, feel how our sense of security gets hit, whether it's cyber violence, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's the situation in Belarus, whether it's about our borders, or sometimes you might think that Estonia has become too much like a police state. There are several opinions, but as previous speakers mentioned too, education should be the vaccine. I don't know if this vaccine would help against stupidity, but we have to try. And to conclude, let it be a conference of telling stories, looking back in time in order to think about how to move forward, what the next 30 years will look like with safe freedom. And perhaps the approach is completely wrong, because the story of Estonian security is not a story, because each story has a starting point and an end. So Estonian security is not a story, it's constant creation. It starts every morning with the Estonian national flag raised in the tall Herman Tower. And it continues, and let it continue forever. When the story of security will be complete, I don't think it will ever be complete, but we have to be devoted to making it a success story, in our words as well as in actions. I wish you a wonderful day of the conference, fruitful ideas, and let's be there for one another, in words as well as in actions. Thank you. Thank you, Marek. And as Marek said, our conference tells many stories. And now we will show you a video clip that summarizes the memories of Mr. Hannes Ude, and he's looking back at what happened when Estonia regained its independence in 1990s. Hello, my name is Andres Ude. I work in the Tax and Customs Department in the university here. And my work experiences in 1990s began in the Tax and Customs Board, and the security situation was a bit troublesome, to say the least. So all tax officials back in the day were insured, their life was insured. For a simple reason, because we were afraid of life-threatening attacks. We have many curious cases. A colleague of mine who met a taxpayer who came to his office, and the taxpayer came and put his pistol on the table. Then the tax official thought what to do, and then asked, "Shall I put mine here too?" And then the weapon was removed by the taxpayer. But this might have been a case where the life insurance would have to pay out. And also another case when the head of the tax board had his Volvo car stolen. So it was a robbery. The tax official was simply taken out from the car and driven off, and the car was never found. Today, the car would have been found. So things are much better with the security and safety in Estonia now compared to 30 years ago, and I believe that it will go even better. Thank you.
Ja meie järgmine
And our next speaker is about threats to security. And probably no one would be better equipped to talk about it than Mr. Arnold Sinisalu, the head of Internal Security Service. Please, the floor is yours. Good morning, and thank you for this introduction. The task, obviously, is quite difficult. Talk about 30 years in 20 minutes. It would mean that I give less than 2 minutes for each year. But we can scratch the surface, I can promise you. So where did we start from in the 1990s, especially in the autumn of 1991, when Estonia became independent again? What was the background? And I can show you just one slide. So this is the statistics. I believe it illustrates the development of our country very well. After regaining independence, you can see the yellow line, explosions. We had hundreds of people dying in traffic accidents. We had bombs exploding. And if we look into these, then we can say that in terms of statistical indicators, 1995 was the worst. And based on these statistics, I grouped the periods of time to find out what was most acute during these periods. But before regaining independence, many politicians thought about what the Estonian Republic should, would, and could look like. And in 1989, a working group was set up by the government, and they discussed the anti-crime committee or consultative committee. Why am I mentioning this? Eduard Raska was the person who headed this committee, and this is a name that should ring a bell to everybody in this building, because he was the first rector of the Internal Security Academy of Security Sciences. And in spring 91, before becoming independent, the expectation was that crime will crime rates will grow, the social context will change so much that the criminality will arise. And Ants Frosch was also participating in this working group. He was a lawyer. Later, he became the head of the Estonian intelligence service. So what happened? I would highlight 4 things. First, the social norms that went through enormous changes. For many people, it was unclear what is allowed, what is not allowed, and what does this freedom mean after becoming independent. So one of the expressions of freedom was that if you had a fancier car, you could do anything in traffic, and this is why we had hundreds of people dying in traffic. Another thing that perhaps hasn't been that widely discussed, but what's also very important, was the activities of special services and intelligence services of foreign powers, GRU and KGB. There have been many studies conducted, and these services predicted and prepared for not perhaps the collapse of the Soviet Union, but changes in the system. And many things that these services did in the previous Warsaw-backed countries are declared confidential for years. Russia hasn't opened the archives yet. But anyway, they were preparing for changes, if not the collapse of the Soviet Union. And they also had plans how to behave after that. We had the military forces of the Soviet, then later on called Russian forces, in Estonia, and they left Estonia in 1994. And in Paldiski, where we had the nuclear reactor, the Soviet forces remained even longer. So the Baltic countries became very criminal, and a lot of criminality moved from the Baltic countries to the neighboring countries. And our people hoped for visa-free travel between Estonia and Finland, for example, but it seemed like a dream because of the criminality. And the main work in the beginning of the 90s was reactive, putting out fires, and just a reminder that in the beginning of the 90s we thought that if the fuel runs out and we cannot heat the apartments and houses, then people would have to be moved to countryside in order to be able to live there. Customs board was there, tax board, there was citizenship and migration board, authorities that were and institutions that were separate and not even exist today. Now, looking at the security threats, I would say that in the long term, we overestimated the threats, but in the long run, we underestimated them. In the beginning of 1992, many experts thought that a serious threat to Estonia is Russia, and when I now say Russia or the Kremlin, then these two are synonyms for me. The historic threat was something that many people, many experts spoke about, that the only threat to our security is Russia, and the only guarantee against it is to join NATO. Many threat assessments are still confidential, and I cannot really tell you everything. But during the first period, 1991 to the end of 1994, beginning of 95, when the last Russian soldiers left Estonia, what was considered as a threat? First of all, Russia. It has always been there for us. It will always be there. But many didn't take it very seriously. Many thought and hoped that Russia would become a democratic nation, and so we didn't, or many didn't believe that Russia would be a threat. But in 1993, in Narva and East Estonia, they wanted to declare independence, separate themselves from Estonia, and we can say that Russia had a role to play, but Estonia was able to solve this issue. In 1993, accidentally, in hyphens, was a crisis in Pullapäe, where one of the companies of the Estonian armed forces declared that they will not follow the command line anymore, but as similar acts took place in Latvia and Lithuania at the same time, it's questionable whether it was a coincidence or not. Was it a manipulated activity orchestrated by Russia? Many Russian-speaking people supported Russian policy, but it's also quite obvious that Russian-speaking population in Estonia was a bit scared because the Russian-speaking media spread a myth of fake news that Russian-speaking people would be deported to Siberia from Estonia. Propaganda was not regarded as a major threat. Today we call it hybrid war. Back then, the Human Rights Information Center started by the family Semyonov, and they said the same things as the Russian propaganda machinery. Al-Qaeda, we didn't know about that much. Back then we thought that Estonia doesn't need state secrets, everything has to be open, and we thought that intelligence and counterintelligence is something that belongs to the Bond movies or the Soviet past. And from personal experience I could say many things, but just one example. In 1994 I arrived to a scene with Mr. Alexander Toots, who is my deputy today. We had a Japanese car, and the car had absolutely no protection whatsoever or safeguards. So we wanted to do our jobs. It didn't matter what kind of tools and equipment we had. We ended up very often in many problematic situations. Officers were drunk, shot someone. It was very confusing and messy. But in 1995, the Internal Security Service received the right to investigate, and things started to improve. The government, the state, was weak, and the world was quite safe. Major threats were street crime, burglaries, murders, but the geopolitical context was better. After 1995, things started to improve. State institutions became more successful, and then in the public, corruption became very topical. Petty crime was reduced. Infamous criminals were taken off the streets, and crime moved underground more and more. It used to be more open. But then we also learned that Russia had restored the residences to the Cold War level, and there were signs of Russian aggression growing. We had the first street demonstrations. Russian-speaking young people were demonstrating in front of the US embassy and throwing eggs at the building because of Serbian and genocide. Russia became more aggressive in their rhetoric, in their politics, and through media. In 2003, when the Allies attacked Iraq, then the demonstrations became already violent. In front of the US embassy, there was no violence against people, but some cars were smashed. All in all, this period, which was seemingly safe, was about to end. And the decision to join NATO and the EU made us feel like in a state of peace and think that the history would end here. So in 2004 we acceded NATO and the EU, and the security and safety environment changed as well. I would say that we were in a hangover in a way in terms of policies and internal security. I remember I was talking to an official with the foreign ministry who said, now we don't have to worry about a thing because we are in NATO and in the EU. And then I asked, how many times has the internal security collapsed over the past 100 years? And this official didn't understand why would I ask anything like that. But these times, once again, changed. In 2007, Putin had the Munich talk where he said that contradiction to the West is real. And in 2005, Kremlin declared also that the biggest political disaster of the 21st century was the collapse of the Soviet Union, but it didn't teach us the lesson that we needed. We thought that it was internal political message to Russia, but the West didn't realize the threat coming from our eastern partner. In Estonia, I would say that the counterintelligence was a bit overlooked. We had an intelligence crisis, but I cannot go into that. We had the Lihula monument removed. I can't really explain what it is exactly. I believe that this what caused the Bronze Night riots in Tallinn as well. Then the first cyber attack, DDoS attack, took place, which is considered the first ever organized by a state to another. And the riots in Tallinn in 2007 were massive. One young man died. So it was a time when we believed that Russia wouldn't go further, that there is just aggressive intelligence, but that they wouldn't use weapons in a foreign country. Everything changed during the fourth period after 2008, when Russia decided to use ammunition against Georgia and in South Ossetia. And this was the first time when Russia did use conventional warfare against its former Soviet Republic. And after that, the sense of threat has improved. We have a wider understanding, skills, knowledge that we didn't have before. And for that period, in the beginning of that period, we had the Herman Simm case, the NSA, head of NSA in the Ministry of Defense was convicted. Alexander Litvinenko was killed in London. Polonium was used by the Russian Secret Service, FSB. Everybody now agrees that it's the first operation carried out by the use of practically mass destruction weapon. From 2009, we have an example of populism. Anders Breivik killing tens and dozens of people. In 2012, we captured Alexei Dressen. In 2013, Vladimir Weitman, again the traitors. In 2014, the FSB neighbors practically took Eston Kohver as a hostage, and then we swapped people captured. We didn't realize that our neighbors would be so desperate for us to release their agent. The migration crisis that followed had a major impact on the security in Europe as well as in Estonia. Islam terrorism Islamist terrorism has doubled. There were not many Muslims in Estonia, and obviously not every Muslim is a terrorist. But now what to expect from the future? China is growing more aggressive. We have one person convicted for cooperating with special services of China. The other case is ongoing. Now, the COVID crisis that started, it's difficult to predict what the consequences will be, but it's very obvious that the anti-vaxxers polarize the society to the extremes, and what the government policy should and will be, how to treat these people, future will tell. But the polarization is there and the threat is there. But now the fourth period started with the war in Georgia, smashed the illusions about coexistence in peace in Europe. So I cannot really look into this in greater detail at the moment, but if you look at the most paranoid forecast, then Crimea was annexed, and all these frozen conflicts that started after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they don't seem that random anymore, but we see that Russia has, or we can suspect that Russia has orchestrated them. And to sum up, in 1991, much didn't depend on us, I would say, because as Russia was weaker, we gained time in order to make sure that our independence is solid. But this is everything that we can say retrospectively. In 2021, we can say that a lot depends on us. We have the experiences, we have the skills and knowledge. The state has invested in security and safety, but the general environment is not as safe as it was in the 1990s, because today it's very unstable. And I would conclude here and thank you.
Aitäh ettekande eest. Meil on ka mõned küsimused.
Thank you for the presentation. We have some questions. Our listeners online are very curious, and I am going to ask the first question, which has received the most of the likes. One of the principles of security policies is that Estonia's security situation is consolidated by a strong coherent society. Can you say that COVID has actually weakened our security situation? There is no one answer to this question, although these processes really create a nervousness that some people in our society say that they don't need to be vaccinated. They have their own ideas, and many of us realize that it's a misunderstanding. We are talking about solidarity and other things, but we should really stress solidarity. Freedoms are important, but the individual freedom is not unlimited in any of the countries. Our president also referred to Andrus Kivirang's quote, "I have the freedom to rush into the traffic even and the red traffic lights." It doesn't mean that the drivers of the cars will be able to break the car, stop immediately. Freedom is important, but it is not endless or unlimited, unrestricted. In your presentation, you describe the last 30 years and security threats associated with these times. Can you here and today state that we have miscalculated some of the risks? In my presentation, I referred to it, that the time before accession to the EU and the NATO and the process itself created an illusion of feeling that it is not necessary to invest so much into the safety and security. Even the war at Georgia didn't make us think, but the annexation of Crimea was a shock to all of us. the Lihula events, the Bronze Night, and the Georgian War should have been a awakening call to the politicians who should have increased manifold the financing of the police and security forces. But back in 2014, nobody predicted that Crimea will be annexed. It is now, in retrospective, understood that we should have made major investments into these sectors, channeled more money. But I don't think that we did things in the wrong way. I'm not a pessimist. For me, as a common person who has maybe more knowledge about the internal security affairs, but when I read the news, I understand that the corona, the COVID-19 is a threat, the migration is a threat, and many other aspects are a threat. Can you tell us today what is the major security threat today? From the point of view of the security police is the aggressive actions of Russia, solution of the intelligence, the counterintelligence problems. Secondly, in addition to the maintenance of the constitutional law, there is the threat of terrorism. As I mentioned, the Islamic community has increased manifold, and the ideas circling in this community about the jihad can be disseminated into the society. The changes have been very rapid, and all this can threaten our safety. Corruption is not such an acute threat today, but in addition to the intelligence, counterintelligence, constitutional order, fight against corruption, then we can mention terrorism. The importance and weight of terrorism has grown, and other threats have become more secondary from the point of view of the security police, not so serious. Now we know what to expect and what we have to be prepared for. But another question, what is not so serious, is it possible to say that the situations in the spy films have become a reality today? To some extent, what happens in these films accounts for 5% only of what happens in reality. And there is more bureaucratic tasks sitting at the desk, analyzing the data. There is less, you see, driving along the streets and catching the criminals. Thank you, Mr. Arnold Sinusole. Who could better speak on the topic of internal security in Estonia today and tomorrow as the graduate of our academy, a former long official of the Police and Border Guards Board, and today's Minister of the Interior, Mr. Kristian Jaani. The floor is yours.
Mõtlesin ikka pikem treiler tuleb niisugune icebreaker mingisugune siia.
I hope that there will be a longer icebreaker. I would like to add to my introduction that I am not only a double graduate, I have been also the visiting lecturer at the academy. And being a visiting lecturer also provides self-education and educating others as well. To be self-centered, I've been able to gathered experience from the young cadets, and I hope that I'll have the time in the future to come and teach the subject here. I would like to wish you a good celebration of the Internal Security Day. I'm going to talk about the present, the past, and the future, and be ready to answer your questions and see how far we can go. I am really pleased that our president is present. I would like to have met her, but unfortunately I was late. But hopefully I can listen to her presentation later. I'm coming to my presentation now, and we can discuss it later. Rector of the Academy of the Security Sciences and head of the Internal Security Institute, participants and speakers of the International Conference 30 Years of Safe Freedom. It's a great honor to speak to you. The organization of such international conference in such a pandemic situation is not an easy task, but I would like to acknowledge all the organizers for their efforts and the purposeful actions. They deserve our acknowledgement. I am really pleased that this conference program is diverse and succinct. It takes a look into the past, discusses the present, and casts a look into the future. It focuses on Estonian security and more widely in the EU. I noticed that this is a very interesting topic, and it's a good example from this summer when we talked that we're going to discuss about the unmanned aerial vehicles in Hiiumaa. Such an unmanned aircraft participated in the maritime surveillance operation by European Maritime Surveillance Agency. It's a small drone. You know that our police boat has Beechcraft aircraft. The main task of it surveillance of contamination at sea. It has very up-to-date devices. It can also carry passengers and functions well. Most of you probably doesn't know how much such Beechcraft costs and operates according to international agreements. First of all, monitoring contamination at sea and etc. It costs 19 million euros. But the EMSA drone does the same work for 7 million only. Equal in technology, maybe even better. There's a difference, really. Same functions. It doesn't mean that anyone can use the joystick to control the drone. Actually, the requirements to this drone are the same as to the pilot of the aircraft, but the cost is different, and this is where our future lies. Not to mention the easy logistics of transporting the drone from one location to another. It doesn't need the airfield. Due to Estonia's volatile history and our complicated geopolitical location, security, and constant need to define it has become an integral part of our country's DNA. External security has been in the center of gravity at the international conferences and seminars. It has received a lot of attention in politics, and in my opinion, the internal security has not been accorded as much attention. Thanks to our Internal Security Institute, this simulation has been remedied, and more of the international conference has been organized. One way to deal with internal security and safety is to map the position in the national security policy, thinking and defining the security policy principles adopted by the government in 2001 for the first time. If we think about it, then the main issues dealt were the preparations made for accession to the EU and the NATO, and the major part of this document is dedicated to the integration and with transnational structures. And the most essential domestic actions, the 2001 document mentioned that the role of the national defense in ensuring national security and the army actions in the implementation of defense policy. But not only that, it also mentioned the integration of ethnic minorities, strengthening of the internal security, EDS borders, law enforcement functions, rescue, security reserves. The security reserves we have also discussed in recent years. It's quite proper to discuss it, whatever name we give it to it. But the reserve for internal security means our volunteer policemen, and we have also provided support to the employers as regards their pay, etc. It's necessary. I was really surprised that in 2001 the document mentioned it. When you come to the year 2004, the next document on the security policy principles, then we have achieved the goal to join the EU and the NATO, and the goals and the main objectives of the Estonian security policy were redefined, the international situation was described, and the potential harmful security threats were outlined. The latter included uncontrollable developments worldwide, stemming international crises were highlighted, and it was also said that there is no immediate or military threat to Estonia's security at present or the near future. Rather, the most probable source of military threat to Estonia's security is associated with all kinds of warline crises. We call it hybrid warfare today. Then it was mentioned warlike crisis. In 2004, special mention was made about organized crime threat, as well as threat due to human activity like fires, explosions, environmental and social risks, and separately also drug addiction, HIV, and alcohol abuse. Drug abuse has not disappeared, but we approach it from a different angle, unlike in 2004. But it also mentioned that emergency situations in the neighborhood regions may result in refugee flows. And for the first time, a remarkable mention of IT threats, also focus on the need to control migration, regulate the crisis. Already then, 17 years ago, it was envisaged that computer crime may become a security threat. 2010, again, a new security policy principles in a consolidated text version. For the first time, the principles are defined in the Framework Act, which serves as a basis for all sectors and more detailed action plans. From the point of view of the context, the most important change in the 2010 document is a novel, broader security approach. And I believe that General Martin Herem will talk about it. What is this comprehensive approach means? All factors that affect the security, irrespective of the source or location, were mentioned. And the two new actions mentioned were mentioned as the coherence and resilience of the society was mentioned. Such a comprehensive approach mentioning the coherence and resilience of the society. New actions included the need to prevent emergency situations, as also mitigation of consequences. A lot of attention is given to the combating cybercrime and maintenance of critical services, electronic communications. It is also mentioned the need to adapt our actions to climate change and risk management, as well as the importance of psychological protection, which was not mentioned in earlier documents. Cybercrime is again highlighted, and the stress on the importance of the mechanism necessary for the rapid communication and notification of the society, engagement of the volunteers, and improvement of the collaborative actions. The last document from 2017, as it was adopted, includes a vision of the policy document. It doesn't list the threats, but rather describes the security landscape. It is no surprise that cyberspace has been added as a new dimension to land, territorial, waters, and airspace. Alongside diplomacy and military defense, more attention is given to the protection of constitutional order and safety. That was also discussed by Arnold Sinisalo, as well as conflict prevention, crisis management, economic security and relevant infrastructure, cybersecurity, secure living environment, coherence and resilience of the society, and the long-term perspective. So this is a strategic frame document which does not deal with resources, with one exception I would like to mention. Actually, it makes me envious, but the document states that the Estonia's defense expenditure in line of the approved NATO criteria should be no less than 2% of the GDP, and there's additional costs of the host countries, so it reaches 2.3%. It makes me envious, but it serves as a good example for us active in the internal security. It sets a new goal for us in order to stress that internal security actually needs a societal compound. As I mentioned, 2% of the GDP in order to guarantee our long-term stable development. By comparison, how much our ministry has received from the national budget 2019 it was 1.45, 2018 1.7 of GDP. Why not decide and set the goal that the comprehensive national defense should cost at minimum 4% of the GDP? And it's a positive envy that we have a good system for our defense. But the other side should really fight for resources. But why not give more resources to internal security? Because comprehensive defense doesn't only stop at the army needs, but also have the internal security officials, doctors, medical nurses, teachers. And also the sectoral development plans stem from the strategic documents. We have approved the internal security development plan for 2020 up to 2030, defines the goals and actions necessary for the preservation of security in Estonia, and also for the Ministry of Interior. Like the security policy principles, the sectoral development plans and defined actions have undergone profound changes. I'm talking about this internal security development plan, STUCK acronym. We realized that national security, internal security has now a broader definition. It cannot be equal to the statistics or the police cars patrolling the streets, but it's also down to the street lighting, to the collection of refuge from the bins. The new development plan has 5 focal points. First, creation of a safe and preventive living environment. Second, rapid and expert assistance. Third, ensuring internal security. Fourth, efficient population administration. Fifth, internal security based on innovative solutions. In the center are people, meaning that the life, health, assets and living environment of people must be protected. People can do a lot for themselves, but if they need help, the government should be able to quickly react and offer assistance. And also the professionals working in internal security should have good training. When I talk about education of police officers mostly, considering my own background, but if we set our eyes on the future, we have to decide whether the training offered matches the need of the police and border guard agencies, and do you have the enough human resources. In the future, the education should be more diverse and flexible, more learner-centered, and the jobs to be performed will become more complex, and the learners will need more skills and know-how, including the police forces. And the studies indicate that in the future there will be less need for basic and vocational education, but more higher education. And the educational systems also have to evolve to become more flexible, learner-centered, future-oriented. When you look at the studies conducted by the HR department of the ministry, then and the educational model used for police training, we have the module-based studies, we have the general courses, and also core subjects and language teaching. And the curricula are developed and designed in cooperation with the Police and Border Guard Board, and those who commission education participate in the design process. I would like to interfere. Your time is up, and even the question and answer time is coming to an end. I would like to use this opportunity to ask some questions, but you have the time for the closing remarks. So most important, where is the dilemma when I say that the international studies indicate that our structures need more highly educated professionals, And the dilemma is that the police and border guard need rapidly new employees. And the vocational training provides them in 1.7-year studies, but we do realize that in this time we are not able to give the future police officers the necessary skills, so the board needs a new generation of employees, but we see that if I use this quick vocational process, we shall not be able to ensure quality. All our neighboring countries, Sweden, Finland and UK, have opted for higher education for police officers. Thank you, but the most essential things were mentioned. Thank you for the attention. The President said that we should not produce deficient outcomes because our resources are scarce. You mentioned that the police and border guard board needs quickly trained products, but it requires more time. Our president also mentioned that internal security structures should have more with master's degrees and even doctoral degrees employees. From the point of the minister, how to achieve it? Of course, the necessity exists. Internal Security Institute in the European scale is unique. It prepares masters. I am the graduate of this institute. It should be a need-based approach. So we should define where those who have received the master's degree should work, which role they have to fulfill. But continuous self-education and training doesn't mean that you have to study at the academy, but you have to educate yourself constantly. We do have the possibility in Estonia to use the scientific approach and prepare employees. But this academy doesn't prepare only for the internal security. It prepares employees for different sectors, different areas of activity. But if we say that we need rapidly fresh workforce at the board, and whether we really receive what we expect from the educational institutions, yes. For provision of many services, this very profound professional training is not always necessary, but on the other hand, it's possible to combine studies with practical work. 1.7 years of studies means that you will not be qualified for every job, but also the academy provides the possibility to continue one's education, so there is room for discussion. And a quick question as well, I hope a quick answer to it. We know that internal security and safety starts from each and every one of us. Give us, me, 3 tips. How can I contribute to a safer living environment in Estonia? It looks simple, like a cliche, but a simple example. Use the safety belt, stock up the crisis. For the crisis, use reflective marking, and you can manage all these easy tasks. 2 of the tasks I have already fulfilled, the 3rd is still waiting to be fulfilled. Thank you.
Ja nüüd me siirdume.
And now, let's take a short stretch break, and let's meet back here at 11 Estonian time. If you are sitting there by the computer, then you can follow on screen what our cooperation partners offer us for the future. Now, before we continue with our next presentations, let's look at the memories of Tarmo Terep, working in the Academy of Security Sciences.
Olen Tarmo Terep.
My name is Tarmo Terep. I'm working in the as a lecturer here in the rescue side of things, and I've been working here for more than 2 years. In Estonia, we've always considered it important that Estonian people would be protected, that their lives would not be at risk. We have put a lot of time and effort into this, and during the past 30 years I could say that we have reached almost the Nordic countries level. I wanted to tell you a story about how Estonia is not active in this field in Estonia, but also abroad, because it's very important to us. When we help others, we might be able to rely on their assistance if need be. In 2004, there were major forest fires in Russia, in the vicinity of Moscow, and Russia asked for assistance and help. Estonia and other Baltic countries, among others, provided that help. I was able to be there on site, and it was quite remarkable. Our relationship with Russia is not that good anymore, but it really demonstrated that if we are in need, we get help. The help that we provided to Russia was, looking from our side, big, looking from their side, perhaps not that enormous. But I was in the midst of my master's studies, and I received a phone call asking, do you want to go there? And then immediately I said yes, and only then thought, well, how? The situation has changed. If I received this kind of phone call today, I think anyone here would very carefully think about why, what is the objective, should I do it, should I not do it? Even if someone visits, we sometimes wonder why. Our next speaker is the head of unit at the Director General JIA of the General Secretariat of the Council of the EU. Madam Milena Petkova coordinates the work in terms of internal security cooperation and the related committee. Her presentation focuses on the EU's internal security in the 21st century and what is the role of a presidency of the Council.
Very well. Thank you very much. Good morning from Brussels. Thanks for this invitation and for the possibility to address otherwise quite vast subject. I'm going to talk today about the way security landscape in Europe looks like today. How does it impact the general debate on security in Europe? And what is actually the role of a modern presidency of the Council of the European Union in order to drive effectively the policy agenda in this area? And I move directly to the facts. Now, how the security landscape looks like today. This would be only a brief sketch of some main features, which, however, impact vastly our policies. The Union clearly is one of the safest places globally, but it is also not isolated from general developments of security threats and the developments in the criminal landscape. Along with terrorism, serious and organized crime clearly remains one of the most pressing internal security challenges in Europe today. But we don't talk about traditional crime anymore. We talk about organized crime, which is increasingly dynamic and complex. We talk about organized criminal structures, which are fluid in nature and they are more and more adaptable in order to capitalize on challenges in the environment in which they operate. We talk about polycriminality. The picture has become so complex that in the latest serious and organized crime threat assessment issued this spring, Europol has compared organized crime today to a modern hydra. Even very successful, far-reaching operations of law enforcement may not have actually very long consequences for the overall activities of the criminal groups. Like the hydra of Greek methodology, removing one head doesn't kill the monster. A major concern nowadays is also the infiltration of criminal activities in the legal economy. It is estimated that more than 80% of the criminal organized group operating in Europe today actually use just very legitimate businesses to do their activities. There is a growing concern that the current pandemic and also possible economic recession after the pandemic might deepen these trends and might further facilitate the growth of serious and organized crime in Europe. And this doesn't make law enforcement responses any easier. COVID ramifications are also one of the main features highlighted in the EU Terrorism Situation and Trend Report, TSAT, which was issued by Europol this June. Clearly, terrorist organizations were aiming to take advantage of the pandemic. And they have been actually exploiting the deepening polarization in society in order to spread hate propaganda and violent ideologies. At the same time, rising anti-governmental movements, also in the context of aggressive anti-vaccine campaigns at the moment, are getting higher and more visibly on the radar and featuring potential new security threats. Furthermore, the security threats nowadays are actually asymmetric of nature. It's not traditional crime anymore. One may argue that hybrid attacks as such are as old as conflict or warfare. However, nowadays, all this is empowered by new tools, by new concepts and technologies, relying massively on disinformation campaigns. And this makes them actually highly effective. They can achieve easily serious strategic objectives here, undermining our public trust in democratic institutions, challenging core values. And the common feature through all this evolution in the criminal landscape is actually the impact of digitalization as a major enabler for crime. Europol has concluded crime has gone digital. Crime has gone digital. Virtually all criminal activities today have an online component. And some of the criminal phenomena actually have moved completely online. We have online marketplaces, both on the surface and dark web, offering very easy access to illegal services and illicit goods. Digital platforms provide access to encrypted communication and payment solutions to everyone, and criminals make use of this on a daily basis. Crime has gone digital. Question is and how to make sure that law enforcement authorities and the security sector is equipped to provide the responses needed to tackle these evolutions and trends effectively. Now, let me take you briefly through the way all these developments impact the security debate in Europe. We may say that there are actually two main debates in the Council. One on migration, the way it is, and one on security. And this is actually the debate on security which generates a positive common agenda. This is where we hear consistently from the member states and EU institutions that we need to cooperate and coordinate more. This is where we hear we need to work together. And actually, if we look at progress made in the area of internal security, the Union doesn't start from scratch here. Over the past years, there has been a substantial progress made. The legislative framework on counterterrorism and information exchange has been seriously strengthened in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks in Europe in 2015. Our architecture of JHA information systems and databases were completely overhauled with a clear focus on interoperability. And in these developments, there is a clear convergence between security, borders, and migration management, moving towards multidisciplinary integrated approach to security. The mandates of JHA agencies as well, they have been continuously strengthened to allow them to provide more targeted and more adequate support to the member states in meeting security threats. We are now awaiting, for example, the new proposal of the Commission on European Police Cooperation Code, which is also another initiative that aims to consolidate the current legal framework and provide better tools to our law enforcement to act together in a common framework. There have been also clear developments on the side of pure operational cooperation. And a very good example, which I really like giving always, is impact and the impact of impact. Impact is the multidisciplinary platform for cooperation at operational level, which brings together member states, JHA agencies, and a vast array of other partners in the fight against serious and organized crime. Impact does translate the strategic objectives of the Union into concrete operational actions. And this is where actually member states cooperate real time. And this is where we can see real operational results for all of us. Another aspect of the overall security debate, which is consistently raised, is the need to pool resources. And there are no surprises here. There is no single member state who could possibly face all these complex, versatile challenges, often hybrid of nature. There is a lot of pragmatism here, and this is what we hear from member states. Let's pool resources together. Let's create common capabilities to strengthen our hand. And actually, pooling of resources, if we look at the overall security architecture in the Union, is the very logic of setting up our databases. They are fed with information from national authorities. They're managed, some of them centrally at EU level. But the very logic is to make this commodity, the most precious commodity we have actually, data available to all and everyone who is responsible for our common security. This is also the very logic for going with interoperability solutions. Here, the ultimate aim is actually to bring the data really directly to the frontline officers, police or border guards, all of them actually having a major role to play for ensuring security for all of us. This is also the logic for setting up our JHA agencies. This is about putting capabilities together that would be available to all, to support all member states in providing and achieving security objectives. An issue linked to pooling of resources call from the member states is also the need to put actually the law enforcement and security sector all together in a position to harness the potential of technological developments. I mentioned the impact of digitalization. We need to put law enforcement and each officer actually in a position to draw on everything that technological developments offer in order to strengthen the possibilities to react and to have adequate responses to a challenge that we haven't faced before. And here again, there was a clear call from the member states. Let's do this together. There is a very promising project supported overall by all ministers and all institutions. This is the EU Innovation Hub for Internal Security, which is hosted at Europol, but it is meant as a collaborative platform where we can bring capabilities together to provide for innovative solutions for all member states, and that can possibly address the needs of law enforcement in this area. There was a very important milestone achieved just last week in COSI when the composition of the steering group of the hub was approved. So now we have really great hopes that very soon we'll have concrete innovation projects, again, to the benefit of all in Europe. And finally, one major feature and major request coming from our security debate. It is about the need to make the voice of the security community heard, and heard very clearly. This comes in the context of massive regulatory initiatives in the area of digital. We have a number of legislative proposals just right now on the table under negotiations. Let me just mention two: Artificial Intelligence Act and Digital Services Act, which are actually handled in different sectors, in internal market and in telecom for the Artificial Intelligence Act. But both of them, they actually have direct implications for the very possibilities of law enforcement authorities to retain their powers in online environment. And here comes the call of the community. We need help to make sure that our interests and our needs are taken into account. Because there is a very important balance to be achieved here. I don't believe the debate which we face now should be framed as security versus privacy. It should be about the balance between two equally important public interests. And that's why we need to make sure, and that's also a responsibility of the institutions, to make sure that law enforcement communities, member states in this area have an equal say on these developments. And that actually powers of law enforcement which are legally prescribed by virtue of law, are retained in online environment as well. That's the future of security, and that's the way we need to target our policies responses. Now, I sketched out the way security landscape looks today. I sketched out some main features of the security debate. And question is, what is the role of a modern presidency of the Council of the European Union then to deliver on these expectations and on these needs? In principle, the role of a Council presidency is spelled out in the Declaration to Article 16, paragraph 9 to the Treaty of the European Union. And it is about organization and making sure that Council works operates smoothly. And one might say, okay, then it does mean the presidency issues an agenda, the presidency chairs a meeting, the presidency makes sure the debate is ongoing. The presidency represents the Council towards other institutions in the context of the ongoing debate. In practice, actually, is much more than that. A modern presidency today needs to drive the common agenda really actively, while ensuring coherence and continuity in the policy objectives. If we look at the security threats, we can very quickly conclude that the answers are scattered throughout different sectors, that we need different solutions coming from different angles. They are not purely law enforcement solutions. They are not in the traditional operational toolbox of law enforcement. So for that, we need to bring the dots together. And that's one of the major tasks of the presidency today, to coordinate cross-sectorally, to outreach, to anticipate issues and needs. As you can imagine, this puts also additional pressure on the presidency because it requires additional resources to ensure all this vast coordination. This is not just a comfortable box of a single file where a presidency team can work. This is a massive communication work involved. And the presidency needs to be extremely flexible and agile. The agendas are extremely dynamic and they can change over a month. And that's the way it looks like today. And the melting pot where all this happens in the area of internal security is actually the Standing Committee on Operational Cooperation on Internal Security, where all these interests, needs, and approaches are brought together. If you take a look at the COSI agendas in the last 3-4 years, since the Estonian presidency, for example, you will see that the debates of the committee have been about how to make us stronger, where are our responses, how we can maximize our possibilities to provide adequate responses through more complementarity of action, how to put together all the players around the needs of member states. And that's the way also COSI prepares the Council debates. For example, I mentioned one of the major concerns, infiltration of criminal groups in legal economy. Now, next week, this would be actually the debate of ministers, how to prepare and what tools do we need to prevent that criminal groups infiltrate in the context of use of recovery funds that are now allocated to tackle the aftermath of the pandemic. So that's the reality today. But let me take a look back to 2017, when the Estonian presidency was in the driving seat. This was a moment of turbulence. We are handling the aftermath of the Brexit referendum, just to mention one. And the fact was that, well, the Estonian presidency had to happen 6 months earlier than envisaged. And even if we are not to talk about actually the achievements of the presidency, and there were many, the way Estonia stepped into the task was actually an ultimate example for a modern presidency profile. Estonia adapted quickly. Estonia stepped in prepared to drive the agenda, but Estonia also did it with, I would say, healthy dose of pragmatism and also humility. And this delivered. I can assure you this delivered. And well, Estonian presidency was a good example of a presidency with a strong profile and a clear vision. And if we are to mention one achievement, it was the fact that it was Estonia who put digital on the map. And if we speak about innovation and digital today, in whichever sector, I do believe most of us do think about Estonia. So I think all of you can be proud of what you did and about the Estonian way, which works for everyone. On this positive note, let me draw some short conclusions. One of the questions framing the conference today was, would security be possible without Europe? I tried to build the case that at least security might be a bit more possible with Europe. On the other hand, we all know that security would not be possible without its member states. Security is a joint responsibility, and it also boils down to each single officer on the ground. This is where security for all of us is ensured. And that's, if we are to say that we are as strong as our weakest link, I would turn this around. I would say we are as strong as we are to face complex challenges for security together. And that's the only way, actually, to deliver on a beautiful union objective set out in the treaties, to offer our citizens a common area of freedom, of security and justice, where free movement is ensured. This is what is all Schengen is about. And this is a value that we need to protect all, I believe. Now, I'm conscious of the time, but I would like just to ask our organizers to play at the very end of this presentation a short video illustrating the results we have all achieved together in 2020. And that, I think, is a good example of what we can do together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Milena. And finally we can say that
Suur tänu, Milena.
hybrid conference.
Ja lõpuks me saame tõesti väita, et meil on hübriidkonverents.
Kes oma igapäevatöös rakendab
Our
tipptehnoloogiat
next speaker, who in his daily life uses cutting-edge technology in building a prosperous, secure and open world. He will take a look into the future and assure us that what we have achieved today will lead us into the future. Lukas Kristjan Ilves. Good morning. By way of introduction, I would like to say that I'm now enjoying a paternal leave. Although I am by my profession a strategy head at Guardtime, I'm not going to talk about not only about Guardtime, but take a broader look. I was initially asked to speak in English, but as the majority of the participants are Estonians, I have impromptu translated into Estonian, but I'll take some pauses if I have to think things over. I would like to start from a personal perspective, talking about internal security and Estonian history. I was born abroad. I was born in Germany, grew up in United States, and in recent years have lived in Estonia. And why I decided to return to Estonia? This idea came when I was writing my thesis at the end of my university studies about politology in economy. It was the year 2008, 2009. I was describing the Estonian Soviet Republic and the transition into a Republic of Estonia and how it happened. In order to understand how Estonia is seen during that period, in the early 1990s, as it was said, the former Soviet Union had 15 republics. If we include the Warsaw Pact countries, more of the. My point of departure was also similar to that. And then I had a sort of a natural experiment how some of the countries became a successful democracy and the others different societies, which provides political sciences and economists who have little opportunity to use such comparative examples to study why one country chose one path and the others another path. The same is said about Estonia, because the reforms were very quick in 1990s. We were very brave to opt for market economy, clean the scene and built up our state, and that was the basis of our success. And Estonia, who has been part of this process, it's not surprising, but contrary to what is told abroad, our 1990s success story has deeper roots. I'm not talking about a longer history, but 1980s. During the perestroika in 1986-87, before Estonia managed to restore the independence, it managed to achieve a broad-based consensus in the society for economic and societal objectives. It was then already known that Estonia will become an independent country of the parliamentary order, liberal in the broader sense of this word, based on market economy. Its place is in the West, and it will follow the Finnish and our Scandinavian neighbors' example. It was self-understandable then. We had then debates in 1980s, 1990s. Once this consensus was achieved, it was retained despite fierce political debates and complicated times. If we consider the governments from Savisaar to Vähi, to Siimann, back to Laar, there's a constant change of the government composition, but the cause maintained was the same. The policies were the same. the working landscape of the officials was more or less stable because the political objectives didn't change much, and they were targeted towards joining the EU. And from this point of view, we should also consider the development of our internal security. Mr. Sinisalu very well described this period. And I would like to add some statistics. In 1994, Estonia was the European capital of murders. We even surpassed Russia in this year. And we are followed by African and Latin American countries. We managed to leave this behind us very quickly. It was prompted by our consensus, our knowledge that we have the political support to act differently. And it also gave support to building up the police structures, internal security structures that took place at that time. And talking about the chaos, it is also worth mentioning what we didn't have. We didn't have ethnic conflicts. Yes, we had some referenda about the autonomy, but they were very peaceful. Peaceful, thanks to the activities of the internal security forces and thanks to the consensus achieved. Also, the Russians who lived in eastern Estonia had a polarized view, actually knew what were the values here. They knew that it will not become a Serbia Milosevic time like plan. Estonia is not encouraged by Serbian agenda. We haven't had political violence even at the most difficult times. The murders of politicians in Estonia counts 0 compared to what happened in Russia and some other countries. Also, the organized crime, it existed, but it didn't have systematic corruption policies. Contrary, combating corruption was one of the major points of our political agenda. And at that time, it was possible to build up professional police forces, internal security organizations, the prosecutor's office, ensure functioning of the courts, and create the political landscape for strengthening the internal security. And the fact that such bad incidents didn't happen here facilitated our accession to the European Union. And we were able to convince the Western countries that we actually belong to the family. We are not some gray communist country. We can bring some comparisons. When our voters had a negative reaction to 1990s elections during Laar and Parts governments, what it meant to Putin. We didn't have such Mecher in Slovakia, who was an autocratic government leader and tolerated organized crime and criminal forces. I could talk about it at length, but it all affected me personally. When I was 21 years a student, I thought, how should I live, where I would like to go? Then at the end of my thesis, I had a great desire considering the cynical times, and by me the present time is the last 50 years, to do something big, collectively, against all expectations and probabilities. I had a strong desire to contribute myself. And my next decision was to return to Estonia in 2009, to the country where I haven't lived for a long time, do my military service, Martin Helem, Lieutenant Colonel, who is the next speaker, was my boss then. And progressing in history and with my CV, then I have now reached the situation when we have become a boring European country. We can't state that we are the best. If we look at also of rankings, we are somewhere in the middle of the OECD countries, maybe a little bit higher or lower, but United States actually affect negatively this middle position because the internal security there is not as good as here. But you're well informed about it, and you know what we should do in order to improve our position. But I'm not an expert in this area. I would like to draw your attention to some of the aspects by saying that internal security in Estonia is much better than in many of the Western European countries, although the statistics are rather comparable. As a father, I think how it is to raise children in Estonia. In United States and other Western European countries, the parents maybe are too afraid of the threats in the society. This safety perimeter that the society should build around children has becoming larger and larger. It is not possible to leave children under 12 years of age without supervision. You need a nanny if you want to continue working. And the regulation of what the children are allowed to do before they are 14 or 16 years of age are very strict. And it leads to infantilization of youngsters. That means that young people nowadays lack in self-assurance and bravery. But the fact that the first grader uses public transport in order to travel to school, and parents are not afraid to let the children play outside until 8, 9, 10 p.m., not being afraid that they will be raped or kidnapped or something bad will happen to them, is a value that needs to be maintained, retained. For Estonians it is self-evident, but Americans who move to Estonia will say, that was the situation in our country back in 1950s or 60s. Second aspect, non-violent political culture. It is always nice to see what kind of protests take place in front of our government building, Stenbock. 15, 20 people with slogans, but the ministers has to reach the government meeting, and when he approaches the building, they make the space to them. Sometimes the minister will stop and talk with them, friendly or less friendly. And then everybody proceed. It's normal. This is the way the thing should be. We don't think it's anything special, but if the Americans or West Europeans see it, they are shocked that the polarized adversaries can peacefully communicate. Maybe it's controversial to some of the listeners. 2007, Bronze Earth. We should not underestimate the importance of this event. I have been involved in cybersecurity for the years. This was a completely new experience for physical and cyber experience for us, but also Sundays in Paris with this gilet de vert, but the situation in Russia, where the risks were higher, that was a new experience. And But we don't have such violent riots or demonstrations in Estonia, which have become ordinary in many of the Western societies. And it is all reflected today in Estonia police forces' work. It's still serious, they are exposed to serious violence and threats, but they are more moving now towards soft threats, innovation, achievements, pacifying the drivers who exceed the speeds, or the action contributing to welfare and safety, testifies that their role is to protect the most valuable asset we have in Estonia, its people. And people who have moved to live in Estonia, Europeans and Americans, say that considering the risks and the threats in the world for the next 50 years, climate warming, geopolitical threats, they feel more safe here than in the home countries, in the United States or Germany. Considering the resilience and continuity of the society. We can say everything is good, we have done our job, we need to overcome some distance in order to reach the Nordic standards. But I would not say so. Arnold Sinisalu talked about threats as seen in Estonia. I would like to talk about such threats and the trends in Estonia which have become worldwide. From the point of view of the internal security, this mystical border between external and internal security is going to disappear if it has not disappeared yet. It will also disappear in the physical safety world. The previous speaker talked about organized crime, but the special effect is on the digital world. Cyber attacks mean today that we Estonians, like Americans and Belgians, depend not only on the internal security situation in our own country, that our hospitals are safe, and our monetary values are Brazil, North Korea and others could become victims of cyber attacks. And machine translation is getting better, so our Estonian native language is not a protective feature anymore. So these scams and schemes that were formerly part and parcel of the other linguistic environment have intruded into our and the censors for debates in Estonia, Finland, is the Facebook and cryptocurrency. I see a lot of potential in cryptocurrency for achieving good results, but it is also a tool for organized crime and threat to internal security and the risk for internal. We have a sort of adversary on our eastern border who is becoming hungrier and hungrier. And to me, the greatest concern is that this is a new trend. It is not a unique trend, but it affects us greatly. The social compacts are getting to more fragile because our information landscape is fragmented. We don't have the same truth. We act not in the same info field. We see in the left extremes, right extremes, liberal, conservative voters receive different kind of information, don't see or are not exposed to the information of the other bubble. So virtual reality becomes the new reality in the future. So we get our information not only from the screens we watch, but also we're part of the bigger bubble. And it is fertile soil for the rise of extremist movements, not only supported by Russia or Islamic states. It could be a homegrown extremism. It could have a different face. And we have been witnessing this during the COVID crisis. Distrust of the authority combined with the difficulties the public authorities have had in communicating their messages, confidence in the governing institutions, and it may lead to also to distrust of the police forces. But we need that our internal security would be stronger than in Belgium or Germany or United States. We cannot afford the risks and the threats and degradation that some Western countries can tolerate. I would say that the next decades will be important whether the successful countries will be able to retain the political unity in order to secure internal security, and whether they will focus more not on individuality but solidarity, as Arnold Sinisaar mentioned. Whether this societal compact will be revitalized in the situation that is more complex than before. And I would like to conclude with the idea to rescuers and police officers. It's not only the task of the politicians. In 1990s, our success was guaranteed by the deep politicized officials. The officials were not changed the governments, and they were recruited based on the competence, not corruption. That increased trust towards officials, especially law enforcement and security officials, be it Elmar Vaher or patrol policemen. Their messages were as important as the politicians' messages. I would like to say that in the light of the challenges we are going to experience in the near future in all countries, especially in Estonia, the key to success is whether you'll be able to jointly secure our safety, at the same time promote the soft values. I would like to thank you and wish you success in this.
Väga huvitav.
Thank you. A fascinating talk, and I feel sorry that I have to interrupt, but everybody wants to get the floor and have some questions asked. So I will have a couple of questions from our viewers. In my introduction, I said that you will be looking into the future, but my question is a bit more retrospective and inspired also by the previous speaker. So, in 2017, as a presidency, did Estonia stand out in the European Union, or were we just chairing the meetings? Well, I'm a bit biased, perhaps, but I think that we did stand out. The previous speaker also spoke about the digital presidency, and I had something to do with that. But what happened was that the issue of digital change that was considered as a niche topic suddenly became a topic relevant to everybody, and in all sectors people started to think about digitalization in their field. Security, internal security experts already thought about it, but for example agriculture didn't. Very good, thank you. My second question is about the future. In your presentation, you already mentioned it, but now I would like to get a more concrete answer. So the question is, digital security and its future for Estonia. Can you suggest what to do today so that our future would be more safe? In terms of cybersecurity and looking back over the past 15 years, the biggest challenge, what has been the biggest challenge? We have set up new institutions. There have been many regulatory initiatives, but many institutions haven't considered that they have security risk as well. A hospital, for example, a threat to them, in their eyes, perhaps was that a drug addict would come and steal fentanyl, but now they might consider terrorist attacks. And the same applies to several state authorities or institutions. So it's a challenge how to make those organizations and institutions who haven't regarded themselves as internal or external security institutions to understand that they have a role to play. So whether it's the police, defense forces, or the information systems, state information systems, it's not only them who have to work for the security and safety. So every sector and every institution has to do it. And Estonia has a very good point where to start this work. We are one of the few countries who have safe and secure digital identity in use, and we can use it in both public, in communication with the state as well as with private businesses. So many such criminal acts that might happen elsewhere simply cannot take place here. Thank you very much for your presentation and these good answers. Thank you, and thank you for having me. Our next speaker will talk about the development of comprehensive defense. Now, if you think back about the presentations that we have already heard, they've mentioned also that I would like to talk about comprehensive defense, but I know that it will be spoken about later on. So, an alumni of our academy, the commander of the Estonian Defence Forces, Martin Herem, please, the floor is yours.
Tere päevast! Ja
It's an honor, it's a great joy of being here today, back at school that I graduated. It looked a bit different. I think I was kicked to the nose a couple of times because we had boxing lessons about the same spot where I'm standing now. Yes, indeed, I was asked to talk about comprehensive defense, but I'm not very strong in theory. Perhaps I'm not that strong in practice either, but at least I feel that I'm a bit stronger in practice compared to theory, and therefore it's easier for me to talk about these things through the example of my service, which has been 29 years. When we started here in 1996, when I graduated, then we didn't talk about comprehensive defense. We did talk about total defense, but that mostly concerns weapons and how to win a war. There was very little talk about how to cooperate during peacetime. So cooperation was more or less only military. So when I graduated, I didn't have a very good understanding about comprehensive defense before the war breaks out. But I will come back to this. The following years, I did work together with others. I know that we participated in our conscripts in putting out forest fires. I mean, we went there, we had to be told what to do, we did what we were told to do, and then we left. And there was not much planning or preparation. Perhaps it happened in a battalion in the headquarters, but for us, as soldiers, it was just ad hoc activity. The first understanding that the defense forces' resources should be planned to be used in the comprehensive defense. I only realized it when we had the so-called January storm. It was the flooding in southwest Estonia, in Pärnu, and not even Pärnu so much, but what I heard from our Latvian colleagues, there were days when the Latvian defense forces made sure that the government would be able to use the communication tools, electronic communication tools, and only then we started to discuss these things. But mostly we talked about these things. I'm not sure about how much was done. I remember that together with the rescue board, we had planning courses in the location of Väike-Maarja. So I might say that there is a cultural difference. It's not good, nor bad, but police and rescue board, in my opinion, they are very good when it concerns acting today within 10 kilometers in the vicinity. But, and we are not that good at that, but if we have to operate on a large territory in Estonia for a long time, then I have a feeling that the defense forces are better at planning and operating there. So back then I think it was a good solution, but I don't know what happened on the government level or state level. I didn't feel like I had any clear instructions. It was just an additional ad hoc training that I received. In 2007, I started working under Major Palm, who has also graduated from this academy, passed his position on to me, and he said, the cooperation with the police and rescue board are very good. He mentioned a few cases where the defense forces and police had worked together in regard to some incidents, but again I'm not sure if there was a concept, a doctrine, some planning, or was it just that some people work together, some institutions work together. In 2008, for the first time, I met systematic planning of comprehensive defense. So the local and regional crisis committees took the initiative. Some specific rescue officials who ran the crisis committees, and for two reasons: to prevent certain risks and drafting plans in case of certain risks emerging. And this was very interesting, fascinating. I think we had 3 contingency or emergency plans drawn up, and our role in this was to demonstrate the tools that you could use in solving these emergencies. I remember in the town of Kunda we had a field exercise, map exercises, but I think one of the scenarios was that there was an oil spillage at the sea, and then the heating system explosion in Kohtla-Järve, and I think there was a forest fire, landscape fire. But the crisis that came in the future, we didn't have plans for these and we hadn't exercised it. And up to up to that time, we had some minor cases. The crisis committees, I think, met every other month, and it was very good. We just wanted to find out what are the working methods of one and the other party, what are available resources in the defense forces, and how they can be deployed. And one more thing about comprehensive defense. I think it was in 2008 or 9 when the rescue board organized to the municipalities a study trip. And then we told them how you have to do the emergency plans, what the risks are. The defense forces demonstrated our equipment, our capacities, and within the next 2 months we received a lot of requests for support. And these were not crises, but it was more like clear up the explosive devices that remain in the soil since the Second World War, clean up the beaches in Narva-Jões or somewhere else. And we didn't help them with that. And then later on I heard that, this Lieutenant Colonel, well, they don't do anything, he just makes big promises, and the defense forces are just a pointless institution for peacetime. But in 2008 we had a wonderful example of how quickly cooperation was started. There was a snowstorm coming, it was called Monika, and the rescue board, there was a forecast, and the rescue board wanted us to have towing vehicles, 3 of them, and we did help during Monika's storm to tow the cars from the snow. And by that time I believe that our state institutions began to understand we had a good understanding and overview about how defense forces resources can be used during peacetime. And the command line and the management was also quite clear. It was already in my job description, and the management happened very quickly. You didn't have to get any approvals from Tallinn, but police and border guard had the right to ask for help from anyone. It could have been Lieutenant Colonel, for example, from the defense forces, and this person was authorized to provide the equipment necessary and then report it to the headquarters. And again, that was done through proper planning. And the rescue officials, police officials, security police, prison services, they visited our field exercises and they learned what their role would be during a war. So we learned to know each other's needs and requirements. But it was just, and I emphasize, it was not just talking, not just going to sauna together, it was work to prepare us. And then 2010 we had the storm, Monika, and we have discussed it. It was a snowstorm again. It was it's much discussed, but in a situation where we had planned and practiced to be prepared for forest fires or oil spillage, something completely different happened. And I believe we reacted, border guards, police and defense forces, we reacted together. When we had the Padaorg crisis, where several cars were stuck in snow for a couple of days and people were not able to move, and the rescue board understood that it's such a difficult situation. I think the rescue board only learned about it in the in the next, was it the next morning or during night? But I believe that we have prevented similar situations thanks to patrols, police patrols. Police was coordinating these cases and called for help in the form of towing vehicles when necessary. Back then, we didn't think about doctrines, we didn't think about strategies, although the emergency plans were assigned to us on the state level. But if you see that the state has certain risks during the time of war or during the time of peace, then you should act, you should take the initiative, not thinking about budget plans or strategies. It happened because we had some kind of bizarre sense of responsibility to do it. And I'm not saying it's me who did it. It was the rescue board who was in the driver's seat, I would say. They took the initiative and we followed. Even communications, I think, was very good. The January storm that we had, there was problems with communications, but during the crisis that I described, the communication worked. But I don't know, what was the academy's role in this? All these police officers and rescue officers, they didn't come from my year in the academy, they didn't necessarily study here. I remembered some of them, I recognized some of them. Obviously we have had some adventures together, but after graduation we didn't meet for a decade. And I can't say that it's a friendship, that it's that we would have some common references that took us to where we were. The education that I received from the academy was very good, and I believe it maybe formed my attitudes, but I cannot really put it into words. The next years have been quite fascinating, 2013 to 2016, in addition to having joint exercises elsewhere, and very good exercises. We tried to, in the master's study programs, both here and in the Defense College, we tried to combine them, to organize joint exercises, but I think they lasted for about 3 years and then that was it. And unfortunately, for some reason, from the academy's side, there were more lecturers and people working here who participated, and not the cadets or students. So this is where I can see some room for development. Now, as of 2017, for me personally, until then, I saw the regional and academic collaboration, but then, for the first time, I noticed collaboration on the state level. Perhaps there were some signs a bit earlier, but in 2017, it was explained how each one of us should do during a crisis. And after that, after 2017, I think that the planning has happened at every level, or almost every level, and we have come much further compared to 2008. Many small things have been done, and I will mention a few of them. For example, during COVID, we have prepared joint plans as well. Now again, coming back to planning, and I believe that we have supported the police, the border guard, the rescue board, with a longer perspective in planning, both regionally and on the state level. And the last exercise that we had, OKAS, it really showed us how different our organizational cultures are, but the But the OCAS showed us it's not about the time that we spent together during the exercise, but the real value lies in the fact that we are much better prepared to act together in a crisis. So the line of command, tools, communications. So we built about 30 kilometers of border fence during that exercise. And it was quite surprising for me, even the things that we learned during that exercise. It was even more important than getting the fence up. Nobody is talking about the special forces we had by the border or the intelligence agents working there. All this has been overlooked in a way, and the cooperation between the command centers. And I believe that 2 weeks ago we thought that we are very good, and now 2 weeks later I think, well, we are almost good. And it's all thanks to the exercise that we did together. A few more words about the past few years. I think one of the most remarkable developments that has been slowing down, and I don't want to say why, but we need reserve for comprehensive defense. Because in the defense forces we have units who are trained to work together in a crisis. And I believe that we should be able to build a reserve also for the units under the Ministry of the Interior. Not only about joining or combining fleets, but a change of mindset and pooling the resources. And I'm very happy about the decision of pooling or joining fleets. It will create problems and issues in the short run, but in the longer perspective it's very, very useful. Something that we have to continue is planning for something. I don't even know if the emergency plans are compulsory today or not, but I think we have to carry on the work of regional strategic plans. It gives us a very good insight about the methods of work, available resources and potential threats, so that whatever happens, we would have had already mapped the available resources and potential solutions. So we have to continue the work of putting together this reserve for peacetime. And also object defense. This is something that is just a buzzword, more or less at the moment, at least for me, at least for the commander of the defense forces. Also, we have to look into military crises, think about what the border guards will do if the readiness of the defense forces is increased, escalated. We have to continue with the joint exercises. No matter what the defense forces exercise, people from the municipalities, people from police and border guard and rescue board would have to be included. And I have a dream that we would be able to do something together in the master's study program in these two academies, Defense Academy and the Security Sciences. It's not that important perhaps in the bachelor studies and bachelor study program, but master study program, it's very, very important, because here it would be a good point of exchanging our cultural views. So that would be my overview about how during my service, my time in service, the comprehensive defense has developed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Herem.
pean ütlema, et mul on mõneti kõhe siin olla praegu.
And
Ja miks?
it's a bit scary to be here. And why?
Te vastasite
Because
küsimustele
you answered the questions one by one, what the viewers had sent in. And I thought, did you see what was written here? What they asked? It was, you touched upon all these topics that our participants asked about. You said your opinion about the internal security reserve. You spoke about cooperation as a mindset, as an attitude. So you covered all these questions. But there was one question that was asked by our president in the beginning of the conference. She said that we should have more masters of sciences in our field. And now I would ask you, how have the defense forces been able to enforce the requirement of having master's degree in higher ranked officers? Certain positions, if you want to advance your career, then holding a master's degree is compulsory. So this is one thing. But we try to use other measures as well. We try to explain why a master's degree would be beneficial. But maybe we should also be a bit careful here, because master's degree, you can have it in IT or business. It doesn't make you a better commander. So, what's the difference between having a degree in having a bachelor's degree compared to applied education? But I think that a master has a sense of, or at least in our case, they have the experiences from the actual service, and they get more knowledge during the master studies from other activities, and thanks to that they can give more meaning to what they do. Because what to do if the view is not that clear, if you don't really understand where you stand in a particular institution, in a particular organization, or in the state. It hasn't been easy, but we have reached a point that the year after the next we will open master's programs also in the Navy and aviation fields. Master's studies last for 2 years, and people spend actual time together. It's not only the lecturers, but it also brings together people from the same field, and they can share experiences and learn. So first of all, this principle of requiring master's degree, and then also you have to be able to say why. And it's not always very easy. Thank you. The next question is about the end of your presentation, where you mentioned that we should have the two academies should have a joint master's course or studies. What could it be? Well, we would have to look at the scenarios or threats, in other words, and analyze what kind of cooperation is needed, and then look at the study programs and find ways how to integrate that. It seems quite easy. I have been working with drafting study programs, but there was really no room to add new things to them. But I think we've reached a point where where it has to be done. We have to prioritize what we teach, and this would be something that would take us further. It would be an important leap for us. I think the attitude is very good, and we are all very enthusiastic But it's like a basketball team. Everybody wants to do something, everybody wants to win. But perhaps you should also look into the combinations and the tactics, and maybe the results would be better. Well said, well said. We will bear that in mind. But let's move forward. We have had presentations about the past, about the current situation, about the future. When I opened the conference, I said that Estonia is a safe and secure place to live in. And listening to the presentations, I think we are very safe. But in order to keep the day not as serious all the time, I have a more personal question about my biggest fear for today. And it was that I might say your rank in the wrong way. So that was my biggest fear, and I had to keep my eye on my notes not to make a mistake. So my question is, how big a crime is it, and how offensive would it be? How insulting is it when the rank is mistaken? I think it is very personal, and it varies from person to person. For some, it's very important. Lieutenant General. Others say just... I mean, there's so many ways of making a mistake. In my case, I sometimes confuse it, and I don't... It's not that important for me, and especially not if someone who doesn't come from our system. I mean, it's important for them to know that this is the guy who makes the decisions or takes some decisions, who is responsible, and that's it. The rank itself is not that important. Brilliant answer. I'm more than happy. So I know that in the future, if I do slip, then it's not that bad. Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a good continuation to the conference. And now we will have our lunch break, and let's meet back here, 1:30 Estonian time. Thank you.
Mis on ühe kõrgkooli väärtus?
What is the value of a higher educational institution without the development and research activity, especially in the internal security area? In order not to have the need to answer this question, we also in our academy on a daily basis conduct research and development activities. And the best place to demonstrate the achievements is the annual conference. And I am now like to take the floor to introduce the freshly printed magazines Jaanika Puusalu from the Internal Security Institute. Dear colleagues, dear guests, my name is Jaanika Puusalu. I am the editor-in-chief of the Turvalisuskompass magazine, and I have the pleasure to welcome you to the event where we talk about our magazine's proceedings, 2 editions, and Turvalisuskompass, the 1st edition. And we'll hear the authors. But first, I'd like to give the floor to Marek Link, rector of the Academy of Security Sciences. Thank you, Jaanika. It's a joy to again address you. If at the beginning of this day the first debate included an acronym ETIS, which in direct translation means Estonian Academic Facebook. Why I call it this way? Because very often Estonians like to compile different scoreboards or rankings, and sometimes it's important how many articles you have published. Then I believe that Estonia would need a new measurement unit, not based on the productivity, but on what your article or research contributes to the Estonian society. How scientific creative work will foster innovation should be the next step. No doubt, today's magazines will give a push to this end because many authors have been able now to present their creations. I would like to congratulate Erki's team. I'm looking at all these heroes who are responsible for the publication of these magazines, because I heard from the librarians that this is the important event, that today's event, #1, will not be the last. You have now watched several video clips. The Academy of Security Sciences is becoming an excellence center. You can't just become a center of excellence, you have to grow up for that. And thanks to you, a significant contribution has been made to the growth. And I would like to thank also the ministry, because during the past 2 years, the interest towards research in the academy has grown. We also publish periodic reviews, and in addition to writing the articles, it is also important to read these articles. And hopefully, with your help, this has increased. Once again, I would like to congratulate you on the first edition and to the publication of the Jubilee edition.
Aitäh!
Thank you. Next, I'll give the floor to the head of the Internal Security Institute, co-author of the Turvalisuskompaks, Erki Koort.
aitäh, Jaanika!
Thank you, Jaanika. Dear listeners, dear guests, I'm extremely pleased that in the academy we have now reached the point we have 2 scientific publications, one in Estonian, one in English. Why not just one? Simple reason. Most of the scientific work in the world is conducted in English, but in order to develop our own language and terminology in this area, it has to be written in Estonian. If some term is missing, a new term is created. But in order to reach this point, it has to be written down. In public administration, it is always often a problem. We have a wide pool of know-how and experience. But if you ask where it is written down, somewhere in the bellows of the document administration system, difficult to find. In public debates, public information is important, and in history, writing the history is more important than storytelling. And therefore, it is a remarkable and significant event. And I'm really pleased, Jaanika, that this publication issue has now been printed and proceedings. Vladimir, Super Effect, Triin, thank you for extremely good work, and Lauri for publishing it. And also my words of gratitude to all the authors. Turvalisuskompass and proceedings will have the follow-up editions definitely. So today in the wake of this inspiring conference, it will be good to write new articles and have them published either in Turvalisuskomplex or Proceedings. Thank you.
Aitäh, Erki.
Thank you, Erki. Turvalisuskomplex was published for the first time, and I really, as the editor-in-chief, pleased that with this publication we have made our first contribution to research on internal security as well as development of our terminology. Each new process and magazines involved a lot of unknown factors and lack of knowledge what will the journey will be. So trust has been important, and therefore I have the pleasure to extend the words of gratitude on behalf of the editors. First of all, to Maret Link and the head of the Internal Security Institute, Erki Koort, that they entrusted us with the editing. We also thank the Kadi Luht-Kallas, Vilona Määrad, Martin Perling, Tarno Sulkevi, Indrek Saart, and Raul Savimäär, who are the members of the editorial board, that they trusted us with this Turvalisuskomplex vision. I also thank the authors Annet and Mairit, Stellat and Kairi, Hannest, Holger and Berit, Remo, Eike, Kadi, Alari, Helmo, Felix and Gert, Epp, Oksana, Erki and Holger. Thank you that you trusted us with presenting your work to the first edition of this magazine and helped us to overcome the difficulties. I hope that you are not against such familiar approach. We have become very close thanks to our communication and correspondence. I also like to thank for the trust and the patience of those who actually published our work, Lauri, and all the layout and the language editors as well. I would like to use this opportunity to extend my personal gratitude to the 3P. It has been a year full of various experience, and now I'd like to give the floor to Vladimir Sazonov, editor-in-chief of the Proceedings. Dear colleagues, director, listeners, I have the honor and joy as editor-in-chief to present the 20th edition of Proceedings, which is another anniversary edition, and in this new edition research papers concerning security issues have been published dealing with different security threats. For example, the private company of Russian foreign fighters, Wagner Group, as you know it, which has interfered in Syria's civil war and are active in other countries. In this edition, we also deal with various security-related issues which have arisen during the spread of COVID-19 pandemic, and also fake news, radicalization, and also there's an interesting article on the reforming of the penitentiary system, as well as Poland's defense expenditure in the NATO financial framework 2021. And altogether, 8 articles, and the authors are from Estonia, Poland and Hungary, and I shall mention the names. The first article written by Mati Ombler, then by Gregor Kozlovsky. The next contribution is by Zdislav Sliva, Peter Rozhoni, Ellen Laanema and Aida Khachaturian, an article by Oksana Belova-Dalton, the next by Epp Jalakas, and the last one by Ülle Vanaisak. I would like to thank the authors for very interesting research, and also thank them for their patience, because the editing process was rather long. And I would like also to thank those who are members of the editorial board and executive editors Erkki Koort for his input, and the publishers and layout, those responsible for the layout. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Vladimir. Now I'd like to give the floor the head of the Strategic and Development Department of the Ministry of Environment, Viola Mäemurd.
Tere, mina pöördun teie poole kui head tulevased
I am addressing you as the future readers of Turvalisus Conference. When I started my university studies in the 1990s, we used different foreign words because I thought that we are looking wise. Fortunately, the situation has changed, and now we focus on the clarity and comprehensibility of the message, not the number of foreign words. Writing in Estonian language contributes to it. Though this far, we didn't have the channel where to discuss security issues in Estonian. And I hope that our Turvalisus complex will fill this blank. And my three wishes regarding the articles in this medicine, we could discuss in human language what are the achievements in the security area, but it is also important to analyze the acquired experience, to write them down, and so avoid making the same mistakes again. In our development plan, we have agreed that security depends on cooperation. That means that we have to tell the story on security, that those who work daily in social or educational sphere understand what we are talking about and how can they assist us in ensuring the secure environment for Estonians. But first of all, you have to read. And all of you can contribute to this end by reading a little bit. So thank you in advance for reading the magazine. Thank you, Viola. Video greetings. The godfather of the name of the publication, Turvalisus Complex, Kalvi Almosen.
Tere.
Hello, my name is Kalvi Almosen. I'm the headmaster of the Police and Border Guard College. To my surprise, I happen to be the godfather of the new journal Turvalisus Kompass, or Safety Compass. So why this name? We live in difficult times, complex times, with many challenges, and sometimes we feel that we are completely lost. In one way or another, things relate to security and safety. A challenge for us is to be the experts, to lead the way and to show the way. And we have to rely on our own experiences as well as research and science. The Safety Compass is a journal research journal that allows us to show the right way and be based on research. In my career of 30 years, I have been a practitioner. I have tried things, I have made mistakes and stayed quite confident as doing them. But over the last 10 years, I have moved towards science and research. I want to know how things really work and function around us. For practitioners, theory, research may sound scary. It's like the language of butterflies that only a few lucky ones understand. So this is why it's very important to express your ideas very clearly in Estonian, because knowledge is power. The new journal is a wonderful means to express what we think and to create debate, because we have so much knowledge, skills and expertise. So friends, you have an opportunity to fill this journal with your ideas, to suggest how to make our home, and why not the entire world, a safer place. I hope that the Safety Compass journal will act as a beacon on the landscape, on the security landscape in Estonia. All the best.
Aitäh Kalvile selle toreda.
Thank you, Kalvi, for this video greeting. And now let's proceed to the co-authors of the journals. Mati Ombler first, and then via video greetings to other authors.
Tere! Minu nimi on Mati.
Hello, my name is Mati Ombler. I work as an advisor in the Ministry of the Interior. And I wrote an article to the proceedings, and it focused on corruption risks in pharmacy and healthcare sector and the impact of the pandemic. Why did I write it? Because first, I wanted to understand what the risks are in these two sectors, medical care and pharmaceuticals. I wanted to compare these areas, and now, since we've had the pandemic for almost 2 years, to examine what changes have taken place. And obviously also I wanted to find ways how to move forward. And on the other hand, I wanted to write something that wouldn't only be beneficial for myself, but the decision makers who work with corruption and fraud risks in these fields. The article and writing it was enjoyable, and it offered a lot of literature to go through, and it once again confirmed that no country, no organization, no company in the world is safe and protected from fraud or corruption, although risk mitigation measures have been in place for many years. On the other hand, the same measures, mitigation measures, help to reduce damage. The cases that I've used in the article give us a clear picture that no matter what the company is like, especially in the pharmaceuticals field, then top, let's say 10 or top 20 pharmaceuticals companies have been involved in very unpleasant cases over the past decades, not once, but many times, reaching the damages of millions and billions. and then due to other members of staff, some other cases have emerged. So no one is protected, and during a pandemic, the risks are even more urgent. And this is why governments have to take quick decisions, reallocate resources, because the money flows reach millions and trillions of euros. And this means a temptation for those who are fraudulent and criminal minds. In many cases, obviously, over the past couple of years, during the pandemic, some criminals have succeeded. They've been successful. The article doesn't only concern the situation in Estonia and how to improve things here, but also globally, what could be done so that the situation would improve. I think that the topic needs further discussion, debates. Public and private sector could use these ideas and apply them. I really thank my opponents for all the help and feedback and suggestions that I received, because it made my article much better than it was initially. I thank the reviewers who were very positive and bold, encouraging the authors to submit their articles by the deadline. And all in all, I thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Hello, my name is Karakaviric, and I work in the Institute of Internal Security. I'm a lecturer of law, and with the head of the center, Anna Valk, we wrote an article about collaboration between higher education institutions and stakeholders. The article was written in English. It was published in peer-reviewed journal, Educational Research, and Education and Training. But in the Safety Compass journal, first we gave an overview about the stakeholders, and then we mapped the stakeholders of the higher education institutions and the obstacles and encouraging factors for collaboration, and these factors were most interesting for us. Our interviewees were very open, sincere, and to my surprise, they didn't want to sugarcoat anything. They also spoke about problems. They also spoke about how they see the cooperation and how important it is to them. For us, it was necessary to give meaning to the word cooperation, because it's never the organizations who communicate or work together. It's the people working in the organizations. And if you think about it, a lot boils down to the willingness, readiness of people to communicate with someone from another organization. So that was one of the most interesting findings. I don't know if it was unexpected, but in a hierarchic structure, because higher education institutions of applied sciences are operating under the ministry, or some under the Police and Border Guard Board to some extent, and it's difficult to make collaboration sometimes. But thank you for your attention. Hello, my name is Stella Polikarpus. I work with crisis management and fire safety. I'm a lecturer, senior lecturer, and I'm the author of the article. Hello, my name is Kadi Tamblut, and I am the head of a department in the rescue college. As much related to the article, This interview is also done during my vacation, and I will give the overview in writing. So the article introduced a new term in Estonia, visiõpe, and the authors suggest that the readers check it out what it means. It was a new experience of writing. It took place during a vacation, most of the writing, and it was supposed to be a review article, but it became or grew into a piece of research. And the expression of gratitude to the people whose names on the slide. So what to expect next is to assess the suitability of visiõpe, the new term in Estonian, in the work of other institutions, applying the Firefront project results, and a review article about Firefront to be published in Safety Compass. Hello, my name is Hannes Bruno and I'm a writer. I wrote about political jamming as a communication technique for spreading extremist views. The article is based on my master's thesis that I defended in the academy this spring. Writing the article was a wonderful experience because it allowed me to make a summary of my thesis, master's thesis, and I was able to complement it according to the opponent's remarks, which were very appropriate indeed. The topic itself was very interesting for me because I have written satire, and political jamming is forwarding or communicating political agenda through satire and pictograms and things like that. And the biggest challenge was to draft a model that would help to understand or interpret the satiric contexts. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to use as much illustrations in the article as I wanted, because many of these images that are used in my research that I found online had no copyright, and the quality was too bad to be printed. But I hope that illustrations that are included, and the lack of illustrations does not stop you from reading the article. Another aspect to highlight is that the research focused on political jamming as a phenomenon and it has been analyzed in the context of right-wing extremism, but this is not the focus of the research. We could use the same principles and analyze political jamming in the work, in the communication of any other political group. So populism should be regarded as a political style that does not have a world view of the world. So I thank the reviewers, I thank the opponents, and I also thank my master's thesis supervisors. I wish Safety Compass to have many successful years. My name is Holger Nõmm, and I work in the Estonian Forensic Science Laboratory. And my work is to examine and analyze firearms and to explain to other professionals what weapons are, how they work, and what the result of their work is. Very often we think that we know something, we have opinions, but forensic science is more than just having opinions. We have to be able to prove the fundamental truths. And here we need research and science. We have to have the right methods, so we have to conduct research, and in the journal I introduce one of these methods with a good colleague of mine, Berit Klaven. So we write about a study that focused on how and whether the ammunition, the bullets properties influence the shot and the consequences. In this article we summarize the content of the research, but what's even more important, our message is that classic methods are usable if you want to examine forensic science. So you don't necessarily only need the expert knowledge of forensic sciences. So you don't have to be a forensic scientist to do research in forensic science or to understand research made in this field and to continue the research. Writing such an article, making such piece of research, it might seem very easy in the beginning, but then suddenly you realize it's easy to understand things sometimes, it's easy to write things, but it's really tricky to explain it to someone else. And it doesn't matter if it's your close colleague or someone working in a completely different field. And this is what makes the writing fascinating, because you have to find new ways of explaining things quickly and in a universal way. The article, as well as the research that the article is based on, wouldn't have happened without the lecturers, people who teach in the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, without the people who put together the Safety Compass journal, and I'm very grateful. And if you are interested in doing research, then the Academy is the first and best place to turn to. So just do it.
Mina olen
My name is and I work in the criminal police.
I work for the Anti-Corruption Bureau. I have the honor to be an author of the first edition of Turvalis Complex and contribute with my article. And the issue was whether doping is the eternal matter in sports. Beginning from the Seefeld doping scandal, which involved those Estonian sportsmen and coaches, and on behalf of Estonia we conducted investigation of this case. We understood how largely it has spread, and I saw what is behind the scenes, whether it's possible to improve the situation. And the master's thesis was dedicated to this topic, anti-corruption, anti-doping measures. It gives an overview of the situation in the world and Estonia, including collusion, mistreatment of sportsmen, problems of sports administration and doping. So far, the main internal problems in sports were very wide, not individual-centered, but touched upon many various facets. I came into contact with those who are part and parcel of the sports activities from anti-doping association, Estonian sports associations, etc. I gathered a lot of information, and it stimulated me to write the article with scientific arguments. It allows to introduce this topic and find like-minded people. Scientific approach is much deeper. I viewed it as a process which I have started to enjoy. From the academy, I received a higher education, then later continued in the master's program and researching the matter, writing the articles. I step by step approached the core issue. Writing an article is an interesting process. You start writing about matters which you think you know about, but each time you discover something new and new angles, new nuances, and it sort of stimulates you internally. And during writing this article, I thought about how to further develop these topics, which focuses to choose, which angles to choose. I would like to continue. And I'm thinking about doctoral studies now. Yeah, so the process is going on. I believe that other co-authors of this journal have this fire burning in them and will be as productive in the future as they are today. And I wish you success in your writing endeavors. My thanks also to reviewers. It is a special process. It doesn't change in time. One could acquire the necessary skills. I have not been able. When I finished the article and sent it to the reviewers, my first impression was that was a good thing I did. What is there to review? It's all clear. And when I receive it back with red underlines, then I think, what do you mean? Who is the competent one? After the first frustration, I realized that these are proper comments from wise people which allow you to improve your work. So I wish Turvalist Complex all success. We want to stand for fair sports. Hello. I am Eike Loik from the Migration Network, and I'm going to introduce you to the article I wrote about this matter. European Migration Network was set up by the European Commission, and it's coordinated by the European Commission. The network has national contact points as well as observers, like Georgia, and representatives from local migration and asylum organizations. We cooperate with them. Starting from January the 1st, 2020, this contact point is in the academy at the Internal Security Institute. Before that, we were at Tallinn University. We have 4 full-time employees, and I have been employed in this network as of 2017, and it has been most interesting and challenging work for me. The aim of the network is to collect and analyze reliable, trustworthy information about asylum procedure and share it with the others. We compile annual reports, conduct thematic research, and publish information brochures. It's possible to send us query about migration and asylum issues. We also prepare bulletins like the news, fact sheets, news sheets, and statistical reviews. And the last of them were from 2012 to 2020. Twice a year we have a conference, international conference. More information about activities you can find on our website. But I would briefly like to introduce the article I wrote for Turvalisus Complex about the European migration network. What could be the solution for the persons who have been illegally staying in European Union and Norway for a long time? These are desk research type studies aimed at collecting and mapping the available information on the basis of the previously agreed specifications. I am the rapporteur of the Estonian study, and the consolidated report for the European Union has been compiled. The study focuses on these persons in the European Union who don't have the legal basis for stay. The number of such overstayers is increasing in the European Union, and member states are facing various problems. Namely, it is not possible to extradite these persons, so it has been suspended, and therefore the question is, which rights do these persons have? What are the possibilities for such persons to stay in the country when extradition is not possible for practical or legal obstacles? And what are the social rights of these persons? Do they have the right to work? There are member states where such persons are allowed to work, and there is a great variety in determination of the status of this category of persons, but there is no one common solution. How Estonia has resolved the issue and what are the perspectives of these persons to legalize their stay in the country? And this article sheds light on this. And the interest towards the study is great, so I plan to write a master's thesis at Tartu University. What are the integration possibilities for overstayers on the example of Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian? But more information about the European Migration Network you can find on our website, and there you'll also find the consolidated report prepared by the European Union. My name is Kadi Luht-Kallas. I am the head of the chemical threat group. I wrote the article, what is the methodology of assessing risk of the buildings? together with me, I had my good colleagues, the fire expert, Gert Reitel, chemical expert, and Felix Angelsen, Professor Emeritus, who supported us with the foreign literature and methodology, and Helmo Käärdi with the statistical analysis. The methodology is based on the gradual model. First of all, we determine the fire risk, and Felix will talk about that. So I focused on how to assess the risk of fire from the point of the people and buildings. And when assessing chemical risk, we can see that a domino effect in case of major hazards. In addition to that, we can see that what kind of protective measures have been used in different locations and facilities, and what has happened at these facilities previously, either fires or some smaller major infringement. And of course, we also paid attention to prevention measures. But writing such an article overview is a difficult task. Firstly, because it is impossible to give an overview of such a big task in a short article. But why we published it in Turvalisus Compass? Because it's an Estonian language publication journal, and meant for the target group which are of interest to us. The writing in Estonian language means that we can develop and enlarge Estonian terminology, and I hope we gave our own contribution to that. And you can find the article in Turvalisus Compass journal. My name is Epp Jalakas. Unfortunately, the sound is very bad. I can't hear it.
Esimene oli Sisekaitseakadeemia kogukonna kehalistest aktiivsusest ja tervist toetavatest teguritest.
So part of the job focused on physical activity of the cadets and the pandemic's influence, and also police cadets, how their physical activity has changed during the COVID restrictions. And the article was a good fit for the Academy's English language article. I had made the promise to write them, and I did take the time to prepare these articles. I had been a co-author before, but this was the first time to write the research article on my own. I enjoy writing, but what I enjoy even more is storytelling and playing with rhythms and words. I don't consider my work as major research, but the peer reviewing does make them more scientific, or make them scientific. A few words about the content. I found that the Academy's average physical activity was much above the Estonian average. But then I thought, am I even able to use it? Perhaps the sample was not good. But since we had the physical activity campaign during the period of questionnaire, I was pleased to see that people were physically active, and the activities that were used were popular. The open questions and answers, which were not all included in the journal, described Academy's activities to support physical and mental health of people. I thank my opponents. It was difficult for me to write in English but I appreciate the fact that they understood what I wanted to say, and with their questions and comments they helped me to improve and correct the article. I also thank the editors college, because although I had taken time for writing in spring, then in autumn I sometimes had just a couple of hours to make the changes in between several competitions and other activities. So 7 days a week, 24/7, I worked for a period of time. But once it was done, I was happy that it's ready and that the editors were there to urge me and consulting me. I wish to all my colleagues that they would be able to find something fascinating in research and also writing or being an author. Hello, colleagues, I congratulate you for the fact that the Academy now has 2 research journals. So Proceedings and Turvalisuskompass. I thank the editors, opponents and designers, because they encourage me. What encourages me to hold lectures and work in the Academy is that you are so fantastic. My article in the Safety Compass is an overview of the first conference that I organized as a junior researcher, and it focused on cybersecurity, as the experts, international experts, were taking part of the conference. I wanted the ideas spoken about to reach others who were not able to attend the conference, and what makes being a researcher even more interesting, to ask questions like, do you know that the COVID doesn't really exist and that the so-called pandemic is just a trick to fool people? Did you know that the Estonian government is part of the global conspiracy that wants to control people? Do you know that 5G masts are set up only so that we would be able to burn people in furnaces? But actually these questions, while funny, they have real consequences, and this is what you can read about in the proceedings. So thanks again, thank you for the opportunity, and I wish you strength and good health for the future. Hello to all the participants who are able to see and hear us. My name is Aida Hachitorian and my name is Helen Lanema. We are more than happy to hear that the English language proceedings of the Academy were published this year for the 20th time. And we thank our opponents for very useful suggestions and the editors who constantly helped us throughout the process. Taking part in national and international applied linguistics conferences and being an Erasmus lecturer in our partner universities abroad, we have constantly discussed the practices in language teaching, and we always discovered that our partners were very interested not only in our academy but also in integrated language and professional subject teaching. So this is why we decided to introduce the results of the survey to a wider audience, also to our partner schools abroad who are interested in language teaching in internal security. Our article is based on the feedback questionnaire from the cadets of the Academy about integrated language learning and teaching. Language skills are very important in internal security and in terms of cultural intelligence. Our objective was to analyze the feedback of students and to find out what the benefits and downsides of integrated language studies are and how to create more student-centered conditions so that the students would be able to study new languages quickly and successfully. And we hope that our article is of interest to our colleagues in Estonia and abroad and perhaps sparks new ideas, suggestions, and you are welcome to email us. Thank you for listening and have a wonderful continuation to the day.
Olen Ülle Vanaisak.
Hello, I'm Ülle Vanaisak. I work for the Police and Border Guard College, a senior lecturer, and teach public order law. The Ministry of Interior has made two proposals for the amendment of the legal act so that the policemen could apply necessary measures. In the spring, I conducted a study, the aim of which was to clarify which Tallinn Municipal Police Department inspectors need. What are the expectations in performing the supervision, especially during the COVID crisis situation where people cannot always depend on police assistance? I interviewed officials and their managers, and the analysis of the responses indicated that the municipal police inspectors are capable and willing to contribute more to the protection of public order. They expect the review of the legal acts, addition of necessary new measures into the traffic regulation and other regulations, and the use of force. It is also necessary to regulate the right to self-defense of the municipal police officers. The writing process for me was very strenuous for me. Always, I was short of time. I would like sincerely to thank the editorial board who allowed me additional time. One weekend, 1 week actually allows for in-depth analysis and better outcomes. Thank you for that. I would also like to thank the reviewers. There were 2 of them this time. One of them criticized it, the article, but also indicated relevant propositions how to improve it. The other reviewer was milder and more positive, but both of them, with their proposals and explanations and justifications, helped me to finalize the article, and it was published in the last edition of the proceedings. What science means to me, first and foremost, that it's one of my tasks and jobs. I have also developed in this area. I have come to like research activities and writing of articles. Simply I have difficulties with time planning, but as I said, Thai scientific development and innovation trends are part and parcel of the lecturers' work tasks. And broadly speaking, I like to research what was the situation in the past, during the First Republic, during the Soviet times, what is the situation in other countries, and to complement it with legal information and using methods from social sciences like interviewing, and to gather the expectations of those active in the field, what the expectations are of the review of legislation. And science performs the role in developing the society further. Many thanks to the Institute of Internal Science for publishing these journals and all those authors who contributed to it. I do hope that some of the listeners were inspired, and those who still don't know the language of the butterflies at least will have a motivation to learn it. But now we have a stretching break and we shall continue in 15 minutes.
Aitäh, et te olete veel meiega. Me jätkame siit oma kõige.
Thank you, and let's continue with the last block today. We have heard a number of presentations about what the current status is, what to expect from the future. But now let's take a look back into the past and let's give the conference an entirely new accent. Our next speaker is Tanel Kapper, and he will tell us his story.
Tere!
Good afternoon. My name is Tanel Kapper. I'm a major at the Estonian Defence Forces in the Defence League as well. I'm active. I'm the head of the operations unit. But my story is about how I ended up in the security field 30 years ago. It all started in 1989 when I started in the Navy Academy, and all of a sudden I was conscripted to the Soviet Army. And it was very sudden. There was no invitation, just people came and picked me up from Lasnamäe district in Tallinn. And then I found myself in Ämari airport. A plane was waiting there. Our next stop was in Moscow and then in Chita, 1,000 kilometers east from the lake Baikal. Tokyo is about 3 times closer to this city than Tallinn. For 2 months we received training, initial training, and it was more about drill and marching than anything else. And then we were about to give our oath. But it was 89 and late summer. And the events in Estonia, as you know, those of you who remembers or who remember, or those who have read about it, we had the singing revolution in full spring. We had the Estonian national flag at the Big Hermann Tower already. And very interesting articles were published in the Red Star, a newspaper of the Soviet Army. And these articles said that major fascist coups would about to be taking place. And then I refused to take the oath, and that caused a lot of confusion and problems, and it all ended in a bit of a struggle with a colleague of mine there, and I was left behind. The event already happened, others were giving their oath. But then I left. I went to the forest, I turned west and started walking. By night, I understood that maybe it was not the brightest of the ideas. It's about 7,000 kilometers home, and it was quite a forest around me. But there was a railway, Khabarovsk-Moscow. Well, I had to move west. I had been in the Naval Academy, and I knew where north or south is, so I started walking down the railway. In every 15 kilometers there was a small, like a house kind of thing built, very simple. There was a bed, cupboard, table, a chair, there was some bread, salt, sugar, and for some reason the Soviets had built these along the railway. So I was able to get something to drink, something to eat. Then I realized that if you wait at a corner in the railway, especially if it goes uphill and you wait for a cargo train, it's quite slow, so you can hop on. So I managed to hop on one, and I reached Irkutsk, about 1,000 kilometers along the way. So it had taken me about a month by then, and there was a small town, perhaps the same size as the Estonian town of Türi, but it was a major conjunction of railways. So just one single line on railway, and there was a major jam because they wanted to get through all these trains. And then I found some wagons on the side of which it was written Valga, town in South Estonia. And then there was one wagon with diesel engines that provided power to these. It was freezer wagons or containers, and I met two Estonian men operating these diesel engines, and with their help I managed to get to Chelyabinsk, and that was almost halfway, so I felt like I'm almost in Europe. In Chelyabinsk they helped me to move forward. It was a passenger train from Chelyabinsk to Riga, and Latvian students were working there at the time during the summer. They helped me to hide myself on the passenger train, so I reached Riga, and then I was almost in Tallinn. So I marched in through the doors of an organization, maybe it was Gen 48 or something. Very many organizations were active here back then, all fighting for Estonian freedom. And when I went in and told them where I come from, and they said, "Oh, well done, young lad, go and hide away somewhere." 6 months later, well, I did hide myself in countryside, but then 6 months later I came to visit my sister in Tallinn, and probably someone ratted on me, and I was arrested. I was detained, taken to Lubja Street in Tallinn, where the new courthouse is now, and I don't remember their names, but two militias were there who said that if I would confess to 4 thefts of cars, then the process would take place in Estonia. I would get 2 or 3 years, but I refused. Then I was transferred to a detention house in Tallinn. I was there 3 or 4 days. I was almost ready with my escape plan. And the building has a certain curve to it, so you cannot see from one end of the corridor to the other. And there were bars as well. And every night someone was left out from their cell so that they would clean the corridor. And it was almost my turn, and then obviously I just would have escaped. But before that I was taken away from there. I was taken to a prison, Patarei, in Tallinn, and then to Leningrad in Kristõi prison, then to Sverdlovsk, I think it's Yekaterinburg now, then from Sverdlovsk to Novosibirsk, to Irkutsk, and again back, and then back to Chita. And it all took place in the Soviet time, prisoner wagons or trains. They had no windows and there were bars everywhere. And the windows were barred. And then in the prison I was, before reaching Chita, I was a week or 2 on the train. In Chita it was spring 91 already. The investigator was named Aliyev, a young man, and he wasn't the brightest, I would say, not the sharpest. And I had learned one or few things because it was a 6th prison for me. And I pretended that I don't understand a word of Russian. I was able to say chai, pazhalusta, and cigarettes, and that's it. So we were just staring at one another. So I was taken back to prison. After a week, I said I had learned another word, spasiba, and that's it. And this is how I delayed things for 2 or 3 weeks. And why I said that this investigator was not the sharpest, it's because if he had read my file, he would have noticed that I studied in a Russian language school in the Naval Academy. But anyway, once I was facing investigator Aliyev again, I just wanted to explain that I wanted to go to my grandma's to pick the potatoes, but he didn't want to believe that. So I came up with a new version that I have had a very important task from the Narodny Front in Estonia, this popular movement. But then I read him Edgar Savisaar's speech, and I found myself in a cell again. But then his boss, in front of the prosecutor, explained that I cannot be sent on the tribunal because I hadn't given the oath. So I'm not officially a soldier or a conscript. So I have to be judged in Tallinn, where I was recruited. It was the summer of 90 already. And then they decided that they have to take me back to the army and I have to give the oath. So I was there in the command center. They didn't know what to do with me. They were waiting for the afternoon, and they wanted the governors, the bosses, to arrive. So I was just sitting there. I was taken to a toilet at request. It was on the ground floor. The window was not barred, and so I left once again. This time around I was a bit smarter, because in prisons you meet people, and there was a local guy who was a businessman in our understanding. So he had some secret business running with the Chinese, and I met some of his acquaintances, contacts. They didn't trust me initially, but then they took me to a very remote village. I wrote a letter to my friend. It was sent off under a false name, and during Soviet times you were able to send money via telegrams. And I requested my friend to send money, and then I was staying for a couple of weeks at an old man's house. I helped him around, cut the logs and do some country work. He didn't ask many questions. He was rather friendly. And once the money arrived, we were able to buy a very well-faked West-style clothes, jeans and such, and a train ticket, Khabarovsk, Moscow. And then I had plenty of money left. And then I was taken to a station where a train was, how to say, the shift changed. So that when I went on board, the new staff that had arrived, the new shift, they didn't know that I'm a newcomer. And the legend was very easy. I had an internship in Khabarovsk, and I now want to go back to Tallinn. And everything was fine, because I was blonde, I spoke Russian with an Estonian accent, and until Moscow no one disturbed me. I mean, if you were a sailor like me, you always were served meals and vodka at least. But then in Moscow it was difficult. I arrived in Moscow at late in the evening, and in all railway stations they had militias who checked the ID. But I didn't have any ID. And it's a funny thing that once you were on board a train, no one would ask your ID. The train ticket was everything you needed. So I didn't know what to do in Moscow. It was my first time there. And the militia was patrolling the streets. But then again, in front of a train station, I saw that indeed the Soviets are very friendly. There was a tourist bus, and I hopped on, and I spent some 3 hours on the bus, and it cost me just 1 ruble. And I mean, the first time around it was interesting, I looked around, but then I hopped on another bus and I was able to sleep. So it was early hours, I went to the train station, and as it was so early there was no militia, and I travelled to Tartu in Estonia. And then the Estonian border guard as an institution was about to be formed. And then I went to meet Andrus Öövel and Arne Visalu, verified who I am. I told them my story, and it all checked out, and I was a member of staff as of that. And until '94, I was serving in the border guard, went through various ranks. I was in Narva-Jõesuu when the city government building was blown up. And during the time we were military, we were well equipped, and criminals were afraid of us, and thanks to that they didn't want to confront us. What I remember from Narva very well is that the policeman's life was very difficult, because you had to be, I mean, in the beginning of 1990s it would have been quite real that a grenade would be thrown in through the window if you're a police officer. But then I joined Estbla 1 in Yugoslavia. I stayed there for 18 months, and then the Baltic Battalion, and for the past 2 missions, 2008 and 2009, I was in Afghanistan already. And then again I taught our young colleagues. So my journey has been a bit different, probably. So I was on the other side of the bars, inside a cell, at some points. So all in all, that would be all from me. If you want to ask anything, then you're more than welcome.
aitäh selle
Thank you for sharing with us your experience. As an ordinary person, I am rather distant from the events of that period. Then the name of the location, Remniku, reminded me that I have stayed at the pioneer camp there. Yes, it was formerly a pioneer camp. But to our listeners, from our listeners and guests, some questions have arrived, and they ask, if you today would like to give advance to yourself of the previous years, what would be the advice? I would do it the same way, anyway. Yes, maybe I was 18, 19 years old, I was a brave youngster, but if I think back on these 30 years, what I did, what I have done, and a lot has changed, then I have been part of building up the state, I would not change anything. Awesome. And I also had a personal question to you. I was afraid to ask it, because to ask a man about the emotions, a man in uniform, is not appropriate, but after your last answer, I dare ask you, what emotions does the story you told today conjure up? It's not so bad anymore because 30 years have passed. But Siberia and the prison years did not evoke positive emotions. It's very difficult to say what was the situation there. Actually, in Russian prisons, the prisoners were much better. They were not criminals, they were mostly political prisoners. The attitude to others prisoners was better. But it was a morbid environment. It's not possible to compare it with other normal living conditions. But today I can talk about it without any negative emotions. The last question. Did you also experience this joy of freedom to act, to speak without restrictions? Yes, they refer to the restoration of independence. The most memorable moment was when our border guard unit was in Tallinn Broadcasting Center on the 5th floor. We were the last line of defense. When it was announced, we were mostly 19 years boys. We had tears in our eyes. That was a very strong emotion which has never been repeated later in my years. Thank you, Mr. Kappel. And now we again cast an insight into the past, and Laura Kikas will remind us what happened during the restoration of independence.
Tere.
Hello, my name is Laura Kikas, and I am the director of the Justice College. I am going to tell you what is my perception of the changes in the internal security. Yeah, especially from the prison service angle. Today, 21 years ago, the Prison Act was adopted and came into effect, outlining the principles we know today, that the objective of imprisonment is to direct the offenders towards the right path. Of course, this legal act has been repeatedly amended, life has progressed, but the fact that this legal act, which came into effect in 2000, gave a new life to this. I joined this service a few years later when the reforms were underway, and life service prisoners were kept in the central prison in a separate section, but then it was decided that they will be transferred to regional prisons, and their imprisonment should also have a sort of meaning. My boss then said, when the first lifers were transferred from the Tallinn prison, told me, "You are new and they are new. Go and see what you can do." It was an interesting challenge. I even had some trepidation that they are lifers, but I went, asked, introduced myself, and asked, "How can it be useful to you? How they are doing?" One of the lifers said, "Oh, you already came." In 1998, I wrote a letter to a social worker, asked for a meeting, and now you are here. Today, it is normal that every prisoner, we deal with every prisoner and hope to develop them to grow into a better person. Our next speaker, a former FBI legal attaché, who today has his own consultancy and is involved in the development of electrical vehicles, will talk about law enforcement cooperation through personal perspective. Bill Moschella.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Moschella. I was the first legal attaché from the FBI to come to the Baltics and to be a permanent fixture and to help with our assistance packages and our programs and our mutual cooperative cases and things that we work together in. What I would like to start is from a little bit of my background. I was an FBI agent for 27 years. I worked in Albany, New York, New York City, New York for 15 years. And then the last 8 or 9 years of my career, I spent here in Estonia and then in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates as an FBI legal attaché. But before that, when I was in New York, I was working Russian organized crime. I was working at airports on hijackings. I was a legal instructor and provided legal training. And I was a member of a squad that handled international police cooperation. And that's where my journey to Estonia started. In December 1994, I had the privilege to be selected to come and start doing training for the former Soviet bloc countries. And I was part of a group that came here to Estonia in 1994 to meet with your police officials, your Minister of Interior, and other individuals in the government so that we could formulate what kind of assistance we could give you, what kind of assistance you wanted, how we could implement it, and to just meet each other. And the most important part of that was there was a perception back in 1994 that Estonia was still part of the Soviet Union. And believe me, there are sometimes, I think people still believe that all the former Soviet republics, oh, that's Russia, right? It's not really part of the, yeah, no, those guys are Russians. I will tell you that in 1994, when I was coming here, FBI headquarters, when I was leaving, said, you better take a little suitcase of food, just in case, because we don't know if they have any. So we came and I carried a little suitcase of food on my first arrival because they didn't know if there was going to be any food in Estonia, or at least food that we would want. So I apologize for that. I apologize also for the fact that after being here for so long, I don't speak Estonian. I'm lazy. And I find it's easier for me to try to make all of Estonia speak English than for me to try to learn Estonian. So I apologize for that. But let me give you an indication that in 1994, the first person I met was the then Chief of Police, Herman Sim. And if you want to see a difference between then and now, you look at Herman Sim in 1994 as the Chief of Police, and Herman Sim in his present circumstance. A lot of things have changed. But to give you a little perspective of what we do, or what we did back then, we would come to a country, and in that first trip, we came to Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and we met as many people as we could to try to find out what the situation was in that country, what kind of assistance they needed, whether we could actually give them that assistance, and how to best implement it. It was an interesting time. We left with a different perspective. We left feeling old. I have to admit that in that first meeting, I was always the oldest person in the room, because you had already started revamping and changing. You were no longer a Soviet satellite. You were your own independent country. You had all very young, very intelligent, very motivated police. So the perspective changed considerably during that first meeting. And I will tell you that, you know, the perspective of all the Baltics changed during that first meeting. And it was always the same in whatever country we went to. Perceptions changed. I will tell you that the impression in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan was not as impressive as it was in Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania. So just to give you an idea, our perspective changed considerably after we had met the people, talked to the people, and came away with an idea of what you needed. Then we went back to headquarters. We sat down with our training people, our international cooperation unit, and we came up with courses that we thought would help or would be a benefit as you had requested. Basically, you wanted informant development, undercover operations, auto theft, and many others. So we went back and we put those together. We also had at our disposal a new academy that we opened in Budapest called the International Law Enforcement Academy, which was going to be the site and is still the site of out-of-country training for different members of the EU and other countries in many different types of law enforcement disciplines. So, to give you an example, I came in December 1994. I set up a training program for law enforcement executives, which would be the heads of the departments, from the border guard and the police and several others. And we brought them all to Budapest, Hungary. Imagine my surprise when Herman Sim was no longer the head of the police, but Ein Sepik was. And it had only been 3 months. And it was like, okay. Tarmo Coates was the head of then the border guard and then later of your entire Navy. And so we had the training programs and then at night. And I'm going to give you a very quick synopsis of the only case where I have failed to provide assistance as requested. During a nighttime meeting with Tarmo Coates and Ein Sepik, Tarmo was explaining how Estonia is a country of islands. We have over 1,000 islands, and we don't have vehicles on those islands. So, Bill, I would like horses. And I said, really? He said, yes. I would like horses and some saddles and training so we can train some of our police officers to ride horses on the islands and deal with law enforcement. So, true to my word, I go back to Washington and I call the Appalachian Wild Horse Roundup Association, and they tell me they can give me 50 horses. And I call up different foundations and try to get horse gear and saddles and everything you need to run a law enforcement operation. I talked to the New York City Police Department mounted unit, and I, you know, then I had all this stuff ready to go. And I needed to get all the horses and gear and training materials to Estonia. So I called the Mobile Airlift Command of the United States Air Force. And I said, guys, very important thing. I need to get all these horses and materials to Estonia. And the guy said, who is this? Are you crazy? We don't do stuff like that. And he hung up. And no matter how much I tried, I couldn't figure out how to get those horses and all the materials. And I felt like a failure. And when I left in 2002 to go to Abu Dhabi, Tarmo Coates was very nice. He wanted to give me a plaque and thank me for all my assistance. And I said, Tarmo, I feel bad. You're the only failure I had. I said, I never got you your horses. He said, Bill, we were drinking. It was just a joke. So that was my failure. And I will tell you that in that time at FBI headquarters, we ran over 60 programs a year for 2 years in different countries. The first program we actually ran in the Baltics was in Latvia. It has the Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians participating in an auto theft course. It went very well. And one of the ideas that we did was we wanted every country to host the programs on a rotating basis so that they would feel invested in running the program. So we also wanted the 3 countries to get together so that they would network. And what we need to do, I have a little cheat sheet, we needed to try to get everybody on the same page. We needed to know what your system of government was like, what kind of training you had had. We needed to try to explain to you our legal system and how our evidentiary process worked so you could be able to work with us and we would have evidence which was something that would allow us to bring it into court and get a conviction in that particular case. So we did this for 2 years. I think we probably ran 15 or 20 programs for the Baltic states in that 2-year period. I think it helped. But the most important thing, and I think the bottom line and the goal that we all wanted to do, and it didn't matter whether it was FBI, Secret Service, DEA, our desire was to get everyone to the point where they knew everyone else. that if you were working organized crime, if you're Andres Anvelt and you're working organized crime in Estonia, you knew who your counterpart was working organized crime in Latvia and Lithuania. You met him. You were in a training program together. You solved the world's problems afterwards over a glass of vodka or 2 or 3. But the whole idea was to get everyone to know each other so that you could be able to handle a case without the older systems of the diplomatic process or Interpol. All great ideas. The diplomatic process was wonderful. It allowed us to do those things, but it was slow. If you went through the letters rogatory process and you were trying to get something done, it took 6 months to get bank records. It took months to get investigative responses back. It was not the most efficient or successful type of system. It was just not something that worked. Interpol, great idea, but to be honest, Interpol cases were, excuse me, were not the greatest priority back then. They came to a squad, and the squad had their own investigations and then Interpol. So at the end of the day, if there was time, you did the Interpol. So while we wanted to help, the systems just did not give us the ability to function as quickly as we needed to do to deal with new transnational crimes, to deal with criminals who were much smarter, much faster, much quicker, and who could move money in a heartbeat. So those were things that this whole liaison effort was part of. So I did that for 2 years. And then I was lucky enough to get appointed the first legal attaché in the Baltics in 1997. My mission changed a little bit then. Not only was I looking at training, I was looking for individuals who we could send to our FBI National Academy. I was looking for mutual cases that we could work together so that we could actually put people who had done bad things in jail. And let's face it, our goal, our main purpose was to protect the citizens of our country, Estonia or the United States, and to put the people who were doing bad things in jail. That was our mission. And if we acted with enlightened self-interest, and that's a difficult phrase, but I knew what my mission was, I knew what I needed to accomplish, but I also had to understand that other people had their mission and their needs and their goals that they had to accomplish. And the fact of the matter is, those differences or those goals were not something that had to be one or the other. They were things that we could do mutually and that worked out very well. So the whole idea of everything we did, whether it was the FBI National Academy, whether it was joint cases and things like that, they were all part and parcel of putting together a network of people who knew each other, who could act, who could talk to each other, pass information along, and get it done very quickly. And I will give you a real, hopefully time permits, just a quick issue of how things work out. There was a case in Estonia. An individual had used documents, fraudulent documents, from a warehouse in Mardu, showing that he had millions of dollars worth of frozen chicken that was being sent to Russia, and it was being held in that facility. The chicken never existed, but they took the documents and they went to a bank in Latvia and they got a $3 million loan. So the guy in New York got his $3 million. The bank in Latvia got the frozen chicken that didn't exist and lost $3 million. We worked the case here in Estonia, but it worked out much better because I called my colleague, who I worked with for 15 years, who is a New York City detective, and I said, so-and-so stole $3 million using the old frozen chicken scam, maybe you can go talk to him. And this individual had wanted to become more mainstream and meet with the politicians and, you know, I'm not really a criminal, I'm just a businessman. So my partner went to him and said, Guy, you know, if the FBI arrests you, no more hanging out with the politicians, no more meeting mainstream. And the $3 million went back to the bank in Latvia. It just mysteriously appeared. No paperwork was necessary to get the bank loans or the bank records. It just showed up. Fast forward 2 years. An individual in Charlotte, North Carolina, was shoplifting from a home improvement store, like your K-Rauta or Ehitus 123. And he gets caught. And because he had a criminal record doing the same thing, he went to jail for 90 days. He comes out of jail, and he's upset with the Home Depot or whatever, and he plants a bomb. And one of the individuals walking by, a woman, gets seriously injured with the explosion. And now he sends a letter or a demand letter that if I don't get so many millions of dollars, I will continue to plant bombs in your improvement centers and injure more people. I get a call from my colleagues in North Carolina, and they say, yeah, and they are wiring, he wants them to wire the money to a bank in Latvia. It's better to be lucky than good. It just happens to be the same bank that I got $3 million back for, who promised me that if I ever needed anything, just call. And I did. I called. And I explained the situation, and they said, don't worry, whatever you need. And the head of security got on, and I said, okay, this is what we need. We need to set up, we need to find out who he is, where he is, track the money, and then we will make a delivery, and the FBI will be waiting there. Everything was done. Friday afternoon, the individual gets arrested while he's waiting for his package of money at Dunkin' Donuts. He gets interviewed. They show him all the documents that they've received from the bank, and on Monday, he pleads guilty. That was a case that had no paperwork, no letters rogator, no diplomatic process, but it was because of good fortune and past history and cooperation, where we could get the Latvian police and everybody else to work together. So, let me just, a little bit of the difference between then and now. Carly, I'm sorry, 2 minutes and I'll be done, kinda. Things have changed. 25 or 27 years ago, the police, if you ask anybody, were one of the most corrupt organizations in Estonia. Now, no such thing. 27 years ago, the Russians were pounding on the border, howling. Still the same. The only difference is now you have a red dragon flying around, which also has bad intentions. The people have not changed. The cases have changed. No more bombs and bullets. Now it's cybercrime and moving of money. The academy has changed. The things that we do as law enforcement and security has not changed. The crimes have changed, but we're the same. The people are still criminals. We still want to keep our people safe, and we still want to put the bad people in jail. I wish I had more time. I would love to tell you some of the stories that have worked and to demonstrate in a more detailed way of how our cooperation and our liaison benefits us all, but you know that. So I will leave it at that. I am running over. I could probably talk for hours. It's just my nature as being Italian. But Kirli, if there are anybody that has questions, if not, I'll just keep talking.
We have some questions.
Okay.
Thank you for your very interesting story.
I needed another hour at least. Yeah.
Maybe after this conference
I can come
we
back.
can talk.
Okay. Or we can meet in the bar.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, we can do it.
All right.
But some question as
Sure.
well. And first of all, what has been the biggest development in internal security if you compare Estonia now and in 2004?
I never expected in 2004 that Capo and the police would put politicians in jail or people who were doing corrupt things, because I thought that that would never be something that could be done. The toughest crime as an organization that you face is corruption, whether it's in the government or whether it's in the police. It's the most difficult thing to address. And Estonia has addressed that. And people are actually going to jail. And people are actually afraid to give bribes now because they don't know if this person is an informant or not. So I think, for me, that was the biggest development. The cases are being worked now with the FBI legal attaché. You have cyber cases, which are also extremely difficult. But they're arresting people. They have joint investigations, which work so well. And I have to give that to my colleague John Bavona in Riga and Greg Schnackenberg here in Tallinn, because cyber is, let's face it, one of our biggest issues, whether it's from a security side or whether it's from a criminal side.
Okay, thank you. But the next question is, I think this is too simple. Do you feel safe in Estonia at the moment?
Absolutely.
And
but one thing, just to let you know, back in the old days, when I was the legal attaché, I guess I was being effective because someone sent me an envelope with bullets. As we kind of figured that it was like a little warning, you know, stop being effective because we'll shoot you. Because back then everybody was getting blown up and shot, and you know, they wanted to send me home. Oh no, we're worried about your safety. I don't worry about that. And I'm on Saaremaa. You know, we leave our doors unlocked. It's never an issue for me.
Thank you.
Not here.
Thank you. And for to conclude this presentation, I want to give you my colleagues Kalvi Almosen words. I'd like to give Bill great thanks. It has been a pleasure to work together and getting part of this energy. Thank you.
Okay. One thing, just to show you that things never change. 26 and 27 years ago, when we were doing training for all the police, I had a very nice lady who was a translator. And she's still translating today. Is Vivian, I don't know if Vivian is up there, but she's the same translator. Things never change. The people never change. We just get older and, you know, gravity takes over. So whatever. But thank you. I would like to thank Erkki and you and the ministry and the academy for allowing me to do this. And, you know, if you ever want me to just come and talk for 2 hours, you know, piece of cake.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ja nüüd meie läheme
And now let's continue with the fourth memory about the recollection about the college. So Ülle Vanaisak.
Olen Ülle Vanaisak.
My name is Ülle Vanaisak. I work in the Police and Border Guard Academy as a senior lecturer. In the 1990s were difficult times, as many of you know, and the police had a lot of work. Perhaps just one fact to illustrate this period. For example, the police were informed about at least one person, one individual being murdered in Estonia every day. And people were afraid of mafia, and it was not unreasonable. And back then it was very important that police would show its power, demonstrate it. And I used to work in a small district in the middle of Estonia, and then police officers decided to do raids and checks and visit certain entertainment facilities, and we would bring along all kinds of active protection measures, passive protection measures, but we didn't have the face shields. And my mother-in-law was working in a textile company, Marat, and then we got black hats, and then we cut the eyes openings in it. So this is how we were equipped, and this is what we did in order to demonstrate that police is strong and keeping busy. I used to work as a youth police, and there's one story that I remember where small children went and stole, well, they went shoplifting. They stole candy and sweets, and they hid it away in a tree house, and they were playing there, and they are very social, as young people usually are. But anyway, we found out who the thieves are, and we interviewed them. And there was a 6-year-old boy who was interviewed, and I remember very clearly how he was sitting on his father's lap, and we were talking with him about what has happened, and it's a bad thing, but you cannot ask any directive questions. So I asked, where did you put the candy? And then the child sitting there said, mafia took it, the mob took it. So even small children knew what mafia was.
Meie järgmine esineja
Our next speaker will tell us about 2011 and the biggest police operation. Mr. Rait Roosvee, who is responsible for the Cash and Infrastructure Department in
Tere päevast!
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to take the floor and to give you a brief overview. The reasons why I'm pleased about it, there are two. A very important thinker has said that there are three things in the world that you can't get enough of. So it's freedom, security, and love. Perhaps some of us think that reason or intelligence is something that you cannot get enough of ever, but who knows? We also know that very intelligent people can be quite annoying. But I am really grateful that you have set up such a wonderful conference on this very important topic. So my brief overview concerns a very unique and complex operation, police operation that we had. It all started in 2006, ever so gradually, because we had hopes of acceding to the Eurozone in 2007, but we didn't meet the criteria and it was postponed. And in the end of 2009, during 2010, it was quite clear, and the European Commission decided that as of 2011, so 1st of January 2011, Estonia will join the Eurozone. By that time, we had made preparations across Estonia. And on the 13th of July 2010, when the decision came from ECOFIN, we were intensively preparing Plan Bs for various areas. The project timeline was quite cramped. As of the official decision, we were able to deal with technical preparations, concrete legal and regulatory topics, so there was not much time for it. It took major efforts. I know that there have been attempts to calculate how many people contributed, but it's not, even not in theory, possible to do, because there were thousands and thousands of people who contributed to it. It's also very important, although acceding to Eurozone is an economic and political project, then one thing is the security and safety aspect of it too. It was a major change about to happen, and during such times the society usually gets a bit anxious, or how to put it nicely, somewhere from the deeper layers, perhaps ideas start to pop up and people start to emerge whom you wouldn't meet normally, or whose ideas you don't hear usually. So it was very important politically to make sure that things go smoothly. Everybody who works in safety and security, they know that it's a very nice and theoretical slogan. It's never possible in the world that nothing ever happens, that everything is safe and secure. But I have to confirm that the adoption of Euro project has so far been the only one that didn't have any technical, political or criminal setbacks. In every other country, something happened when they adopted the Euro, but Estonia managed to avoid all these negative things. On this slide, we have the timeline. It really was very difficult. In the beginning of September, the preliminary distribution of money started. It was delivery of cash to credit institutions. It started in October. Collection of coins campaign. It was the ugliest, the most complex of campaigns, and in the Estonian Central Bank we realized that there will be a major jam coming up. But what helped us in making these first steps, and sorry for me saying for that, but the Police and Border Guard Board that was just recently set up, merging police and border guard authorities, they helped us. They gave us an old weapons and ammunition warehouse where we were able to store the old Estonian coins. And a curious fact, practically all costs that all costs were covered on the account of the metal that was sold in the form of Estonian coins. So the price for the metal covered all the costs. So the clients of banks started to receive money, cash as well. They were securely sealed. Contracts where the surveillance was in place, so the processes were quite complex. The entire logistics, and it's unique to Estonia, it was decided in 2010 that no matter what, we will avoid all kinds of risks and incidents, and all the deliveries within Estonia were carried out with a police escort. I believe that if we were in a similar situation today, knowing that we have to do it in a year or the year after, I believe that we perhaps do not have any longer the enthusiasm and capabilities. I don't want to reduce the capabilities of the Police and Border Guard board, but it was really a major project and it took a lot of effort. And we actually thought that, believe you me, they will not manage, because people get tired, people fall ill, and something would collapse somewhere. But it's really unbelievable and very remarkable that the Police and Border Guard managed to do it brilliantly. During a very brief period of time, we had about 2,000 ATMs, and we filled them up with euros within 24 hours. 750 were filled. And now, doing the calculations, it sounds impossible, but it was done. It's a fact. As I said, the technological process had a very large security aspect to it, and the system worked wonderfully. Another emotional fact, we were very lucky. We had an international tender for the utilization of the coins, and the Finnish company won it. I can't imagine what if it was a Portuguese company. And then for practical considerations, because the Bank of Finland also safeguards and maintains the strategic stock of euro coins and notes. But there's an interesting story about when the notes arrived. Air transport was chosen as the most safe option, and there was a kind of a self-regulative process taking place that we only learned afterwards. Finns, who were complete professionals in euro deliveries, they started to tell us that, we take the largest cargo plane that is available in Europe and let's try to fit all the notes in the same plane. And at this point, we were perhaps a little naive, beginners, and we said, yes, it's a good idea. Why not? Just one delivery. So one major effort, suffering, and then And that's what happened. Later on, and even until today, it's the largest single delivery of euro notes that has happened ever. And when the European Central Bank heard about it, it was already too late to stop things from happening. But for some theoretical security considerations, they would have wanted this delivery to be split into three, because I mean planes, they can crash, God forbid. But we did it. We had one single delivery, and tiny little Estonia is the only, holds the first place in terms of the largest delivery in the statistics of the European Central Bank. So one plane, one day for the delivery. And now we can already talk about how much money was on that plane. It was a little less than 2 billion euros. Now, money, cash deliveries between countries that take place perhaps once a year, every second year. I can also say that I don't want to show off, but not us, nor our partners from the Eurozone or any law enforcement agencies will not carry out such operations for some 200 or 300 million. It's too little. Too little an amount to transport in this way. Now about coins. Again, very difficult. We had container deliveries every week. In the beginning it was interesting. It was interesting for us. It was interesting for our colleagues in the Police and Border Guard Board. And the work distribution was such, I don't know why, but coin deliveries were secured by rapid response teams. But with the last deliveries, it was difficult to motivate people already, because I mean once or twice it's interesting to travel to Finland this way, but on a weekly basis, just standing there on the car deck without eating, without going to the toilet, it's freezing cold sometimes, so it gets a bit boring, let's say. But again, hundreds of tons of coins were delivered to Estonia, and there was one incident or case. It was a human error on the Finnish side, so one container was lost. It went lost. Fortunately for us, it was during night time. And afterwards I heard that the Minister for the Interior in Finland and in Estonia, they had said their final words to their close ones, their families, that night. Also the police, heads of the police in Estonia and Finland had done the same. I happened to be on a work trip in the United States. I was accepting an armed vehicle for the Central Bank of Estonia, a vehicle that we still share with the Police and Border Guard Board. And it is parked in our garage even now. So I was in Virginia looking at the armored vehicle, and what's curious about that is that perhaps middle-aged people still remember Fast and Furious, and the fifth in the fifth film, there is a scene or several scenes where a vehicle very similar to ours is driving around, and it's actually the same one that we have. And I can be very open, but the vehicle that had been used in the film, it had driven 586 kilometers, and it was $120,000 cheaper. So we decided that okay, operators, movie directors and actors have been in this vehicle, fine with us. So anyway, the night that the container with coins was lost from the customs warehouse in Finland, I was in the United States, and in the morning it was discovered that a worker had misread the label on the container and placed it in an adjacent warehouse building. But the Finnish police launched an operation, full-scale operation, searching for the coins container, although it was about 200 meters away from the place where it should have been. So all is well that ends well. We did get the container, we did get the coins. A few figures. The volume was big. And we also have to admit that I have been working in this area with cash, and it's difficult for me to say, I don't believe it myself either, but I have been working with cash since 1995. And cash somehow attracts people with certain attitudes. Why? I don't know. But it's an area where falling short of some money is not anything special, and theft is not anything special either. But as I said, our project took place without any incidents occurring. No money lost. The only thing that happened in Estonia was that during the preliminary distribution of cash, in one of the banks, the Estonian coins, a small amount of coins, was taken to Riga and then sold in a numismatic shop. Say 20 new coins, and thanks to the Latvian police we managed to put an end to this, but it was a big surveillance operation and we had to act very quickly, and there were no other errors or irregularities. And as I already mentioned, we are the only country that was able to have police escorting all the deliveries within the country. Many people from other ministries, because there was an expert committee who ran the project in Estonia, and it received criticism because they said that it's a waste of resources, and I mean the coins worth only a couple of €1,000 traveling around Estonia with a police escort is a waste of money. But actually this kind of deterrence worked wonders and it gave a very good result. A few photos. The weather wasn't on our side. There was a lot of snow. The snow came in November and there was a lot of it. And in the central bank we have never followed weather forecasts as much as they did back then. So there was plenty of snow, some snowstorms, but on the most important days, the weather, as we know, is I mean, sometimes Estonians say that the Heavenly Father is a Latvian if we have bad luck. But for the Euro project, we thought that the Heavenly Father at least knew Estonian, understood Estonian. And yes, so weather was anyway one thing that complicated things for us. There was a plan B, but I don't think we can talk about it openly yet, but I can tell you that it existed up to the fact that there were mobile gas stations, snow removal equipment located across Estonia, the aviation and special forces in the police were on their highest alert. The helicopter was ready to get for money to the islands, for example, the island of Kihnu, but it happened otherwise. So the entire capacity was not only on the table, but it was actually in practical use. So adopting the euro was a radical change for the society, for the accounting, for the finances, and it was a big effort, the technical preparation. And it's unbelievable now, thinking back, how it was done. I consulted my colleagues for making this speech today, and I didn't ask, but all my colleagues said that if it would happen again, we need 5 times more staff, because otherwise we just wouldn't do it. We don't agree to do it. And I believe I would get the same response, not only from the central bank, but from the financial institutions, the police board, the security police, who had a very great role to play. For money deliveries, cash deliveries, there are many unwritten rules, and one of them is that a major cash delivery is secured by units that are subordinated to different organizations. So the command line is different. So even so that there would not be one single point or command center. So that's how things are diversified, and this is one of these unwritten rules. And here the Internal Security Service has had a major role to play. Air transport and everything related to that. Then obviously the Intelligence Service, Ministry of the Defense Forces. Defense forces have vehicles that other institutions don't have. The rescue board, obviously, terminators, financial intelligence unit, many logistics company, private security companies. But for logistics, Tallink, for example, I still feel like they deserve our gratitude for all their help and cooperation. And again, the Police and Border Guard Board, all districts, the Central Criminal Police, they did an amazing job. And I repeat, nothing happened. Nothing bad happened. And you are probably better informed than me about the fact that Estonia has peculiar and recidivist people, and quite a number of them. So I would actually point out some of the individuals. Erkki Koort was the coordinator of the entire security project for this, and he did wonderful job. Tarmo Miilits, Heldur Lomp, but also who was very important for us back at the day, a bit younger men, very accurate, Kristjan Jaani and Elmar Vaher, head of the Northern Prefecture. So their contribution is also immense. Just to sum up very quickly, a brief slide about experience and lessons learned. As I said, the time for preparation was very brief, and there was Estonian economic, societal and political security was at stake, and you couldn't tell, I mean, it was not an option not to negotiate, not to agree on things, or not to do something. The resources were very limited, and I believe that it's worth doing some research now, looking back, and analyze how you can take the little resources that you have, and if the coordination is superb, you can do big things. Collaboration, that was amazing. I have never felt such good spirit for collaboration as I did back then. Maybe it's my fault, I don't know. But it has been unbelievable, and it's very nice to think back and memorize that and remember that. And obviously, exchange of information, giving feedback, that was all brilliant. And I know that in this building here, among the audience, many people would say that I'm wrong, but I think that it has been the biggest security-related project for Estonia, and I'm very pleased to conclude that the results were so good that it was such a success. Thank you, and a more personal note. I'm very pleased to take the floor today because my wife works in the academy. Thank you.
Aitäh selle hea ülevaate.
Thank you for this wonderful overview, and I believe that was the biggest operation. But our time is coming to an end, but I still would like to ask a few questions. You mentioned all these other forces that in addition to police forces helped you in this operation. Can you estimate how many people were involved? Not really. We seriously tried to, after the introduction of the euro during these complicated times, to make the calculations, but it became very complex. We even had the plan in the Bank of Estonia that all those who contributed to this operation will receive our small appreciation, and whenever contacting them they said, oh, let us rest, we are not able to put this information together. So this initiative was forgotten, and when we calculated already above 9,000 who participated, then we realized that even this letter of appreciation will become a very complicated endeavor. There were thousands of people. Anyway, more than 9,000. At least we have an indication. As you mentioned, transportation of coins and inherent risks, one of the listeners asked, is it true that with the introduction of euro, the question of whether the money depository facilities flows will endure the weight? Coins, the weight depends on the amalgamation used. In Estonian bank, it was not a problem. Our bank is built on a swampy land, and therefore our foundation is 2.5 meters concrete, made in 1931. But in Rahumäe, police board arms warehouse, the problem was, and we had to take it into account. Thank you.
Meie järgmine.
Our next and also the last speaker of the first day of the conference is Janika Merilo, who is going to talk on the topic, how does Estonia appear from Ukraine and how does Estonia Good afternoon. First of all, thanks for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be in this room together with these speakers and listen to very interesting presentations. I would like to talk about the topic which has been very important for me for some time, information warfare. Since 2015, I have worked in Ukraine together with the Ukrainian government, where you can hear, perceive constantly this information war, and would like to draw some parallels to the situation in Estonia. You know very well what is a hybrid war, what is information war. Today's warfare is not only a conventional war with the arms, but there are diplomatic, economic sanctions, information management, cyber war. And I would like to tell today how information is used in order to fight, to win, to conquer, and in all other aspects of the war. In communication of other countries. For a long time, it's said that Sun Tzu quoted that in the midst of chaos there is also opportunity, but one general of the Russian General Staff, Valery Gerasimov, has acquired this knowledge, and he is also one of the representatives of the chaos theory. In 2013-2019, he often stressed that information war is the best way of warfare, which means 4-to-1. 4 is information, cyber war, and armed forces fall to the end. And in this presentation, it said that information war has does not know national borders. Therefore, it is good, efficient way to affect, impact infrastructures, people, and national security of other countries. And Politico called it the Gerasimov doctrine, and said that it's Russia's new chaos theory of political warfare. It's probably being used anew. So there is a new doctrine called information warfare, and most probably it will be used anew. And I'll bring some examples that maybe it's used on us as well. Now coming back to history of Ukraine, in 2013 Maidan, another orange revolution against President Yanukovych, and it stood for European values. Why Yanukovych fled to Russia, where he is now, and so-called green little men appeared in the Crimea. These were representatives of special forces. Later also to Donetsk and Lugansk and so-called people's republics were born, referenda were conducted, and the Crimea, Lugansk, Donetsk are de facto occupied territories of the Ukraine. But parallelly, armed forces were used, but also the information landscape was used in order to misinform, impact, convince. The same pattern was used in Georgia, in the Crimea, in Lugansk. And the principle was that the external world is our adversary. The external worlds organized Maidan. All these riots in Maidan, it's the USA and Europe backed, and then the green men appeared, who were very polite men who helped with the referenda, but it was the beginning of the occupation. That this narrative has continued. The other side supports Nazism, the rights of the Russian speakers and ethnic minorities are repressed. And such manipulation tactics are used in Georgia as well as the Ukraine. And the main rhetoric is that there's 90% of negative news about Ukraine, whether directly or indirectly. It's also stated that the Ukraine is not an independent state established. Russia is helping Donbass. Fascists are going to destroy Ukraine, etc. And some examples from media, what I meant. One of the best-known narratives in its absurdity, a legend from the Russian propaganda machinery. At Slovensky, a child was crucified in Ukraine on the central square. Ukrainian soldiers crucified the child. It was so absurd. It was not backed by facts. Of course, there were no facts. So there was no ties to reality. But the Russian media repeatedly professed it and forgot that later in 2015 they used the same actress in a different context. The so-called attack of the Ukrainian army, attack on a bus with peaceful citizens, but they forgot that they should not have used the same actress again. And the same narrative is being used now, which means that the plea is the Ukrainians kill children by drones. The same narrative continues, absurd narratives. It's just simple lies. Those who have power over the media also has power over the information. In Georgia, clandestine laboratories, people are used as guinea pigs on vaccine. A Belarusian student who says that Maidan didn't render positive results, the data was not in Belarus. Photos of Russia bombing Syria, it was actually a computer game. or the American forces. Somebody just made a screenshot of this video game and didn't edit it. And these were the narratives which show that Russians do not deter such. When the Malaysian airline Flight 17 was shot down by Russian book, then we in Estonia also heard the narrative that it was caused by Ukrainian fighters, that there was another aircraft, and hiding the fact that the book used to shoot down the aircraft was from Russia, but it was later gradually analyzed. So it demonstrates the narratives used where truth is hidden. What happens now in the information space? The same. The Fourth Reich, why United States and Ukraine make Nazism a heroic regime and revere Nazist heroes. It is a screenshot from the Russian language information space in Estonia. US and NATO forces are in Ukraine, are fighting. How private military companies are involved in this battle. And there's an analytical document by the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs where the Ukrainian narrative is very well whether Nazism, lynching, minorities are repressed, their rights are restricted, education is going to be in the Ukrainian language. So everything that started in 2003 to 2004 continues even in the mainstream media. Like what you see, what you got with your Maidan, Ukraine supports fascists, etc. But maybe the same narrative has been carried over to other countries. In Riga, RT Balt News. Now this narrative reached Latvia. That is Georgi emblem was forbidden. This is again an indication of Nazism, again the parallels. Yeah. Maria Zakharova from the Foreign Ministry already carried over this narrative to Latvia. And when I search for examples about the information warfare, this is RIA Novosti, which is the main news agency in Latvia. And I read that I am a Russian because Mirila is my married name. I was something different. I'm not going to say what I was. And I should not deny my Russian roots. I am not a Russian. My father was a Ukrainian. I had a Ukrainian family name. But it's a good example when you can disclose some facts, but not the others. Yes, I changed my name, but I'm not a Russian. So I discovered that I was also a subject of the Russian propaganda machine. So manipulation of the truth, half-truths, black and white, screenshots from Estonia, in how Estonia is making heroes of those who fought in the war against them, how we make heroes of these who lynch or kill others, or support Nazism. It all continues in 2021 in Estonia. And when you read the report of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs about other countries, you'll find the same mention of the restriction of Russian-speaking rights, education in the Estonian language. Whatever was said in Ukraine has reached our information space. The Ukraine proved, now there's court procedures, that the anti-vaccination movement is coordinated by Russian citizens and Russian networks and social media or Telegram, except the mainstream media. There's also social media. That means that tens of thousands of bots, fake news, those who create such fake sites, TV programs, very popular in Ukraine, and they purport and track that different news, different contexts is tailor-made. For this, there is one channel which disseminates fake news relevant to this region and a different approach in other regions. The info space, as you can see, it's not maybe well visible. You can buy it from $300 to $5,000, and it's coordinated by Russian forces. Coming back to the vaccination issue and talking about Estonia, if you open the Balt News website, which is available in Estonia, how often Sputnik is used. I don't mean the Sputniks, the space aircraft. You'll see that everything pertaining to vaccination, the vaccine is related to Russia. Even when Pfizer, foreign companies are mentioned, it's through a different narrative. Yes, it does exist, but this country bought Sputnik vaccines, but Europe has refused to provide a license for Sputnik, etc. I'm not going to draw parallels, leave it to the professionals, but unfortunately these regions which are under the sphere of the Russian information channels are more vulnerable than others. As the result, many countries, the Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, has forbidden translations from Russian mainstream media channels, or forbidden even the financing of these channels, which means that in Ukraine you can't go to the food store or your corner shop and buy newspapers that you can buy in Estonia. I started to mark all these articles that are against Estonia or our allies, but then I realized that it's no sense in keeping all of them. So the story about the migration crisis, how the Poles keep hungry the refugees on the border. I'm not going to describe all this story, but you can freely buy these publications from newspaper stands, like from websites, where the same narratives are disseminated about Ukraine and Estonia. European Policy Analysis Center and others have advised that what we mean under the freedom of speech is not freedom of speech in information warfare. It is an opportunity for those who think that creating chaos is the best way. Chaos means filling the information space with lies, fake news, speculations, confusions, and chaos. I still believe that we should respect freedom of speech, freedom of expression, but which is really a freedom, but not one of the arms used according to certain doctrines. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Aitäh, Jaanika Meriloo.
Thank you, Jaanika Meriloo, for this very fascinating presentation that gives loads of food for thought. And the viewer has asked, what can we do today? Because currently very many people living in Estonia consume Russian media. Well, that takes me back to one of the slides. The Gerasimov doctrine, it's the new warfare, and it's used on us. So this is something that I've said at the Foreign Relations Council and in various institutions. It should be banned to have such newspapers, TV stations. You can see that Soviet symbols are used on the newspaper. Kalle Laanet has said that these regimes, that you can use these symbols for educational reasons, and you must explain that these were the symbols of a regime that used to exist. But the first thing to do is to restrict the activities here for these channels. But who's responsible for that? Well, I think this is the question to our internal security. We do have the Broadcasting Council or the security report. But yet again, in the Ukraine, for example, it was the Security Council who decided that this has nothing to do with the media. It does have to do with the security and safety of the country, internal security. And if you look at the vaccination figures and statistics in Estonia, again, it's nothing to do with the media, it's to do with the internal security. So whether the mechanism is through the parliament, through the internal Ministry of the Internal Affairs, I mean, if there's will, then there would be a way. But it's for us to decide whether we consider it a freedom of speech or not. Yes, this is something for further debates, what to do so that we wouldn't have such propaganda spread in Estonia to that great extent and posing a threat. But another question. Can you tell which Baltic country is most threatened by the Russian propaganda? Well, I think this is for the Security Council or various institutions, perhaps Internal Security Service, to assess and evaluate. The yearbook of the Internal Security Service seems a very interesting reading every year. The situation can change very quickly, and to shut these channels down once the propaganda has taken everything over is a bit too late. But I believe that Lithuania is on the top position at the moment, and we are a bit under the radar. That's for the time being. Thank you, Janika. Thank you for having me.
Meie esimene konverentsipäev.
Our first day of the conference is about to end. The last presentation about information warfare was like was something that made us continue the discussion. As I started this morning by saying that 30 years of independence have been a long time. And as we heard from all of these presentations, we heard the individual story of each speaker. They all thought back and recollected how we got here. Some of them also mentioned what to expect. But I would summarize, and I think that enthusiasm, the willingness to achieve something has brought us here. But now we have to be more demanding. I liked what the commander of the Estonian Defence Forces said. He said that an order is not enough. We need to change the mindset if we want to achieve further changes. And I also very much enjoyed the concept of research, what we heard from the President, that research has to be made easily accessible for people, for everybody, to provide them the tools, and not only scientific research, but also bachelor's theses and master's theses. And the journal that was presented here today, the Safety Security Compass, the research journal, will do a lot. I can see that the rector is very eager to take the floor, but now I will use a type of reference that is quite common in the research. So 3 things that you can't get enough of: freedom, security, and love. So I thank you all, and I hope that tomorrow will be just as exciting and that you are alert and ready at 9 a.m. tomorrow. But now I pass the floor on to our rector. Thank you, Kerli. Please don't go very far. I believe that the audience agrees with me that you've done a brilliant job being a moderator today and delivering the stories from all our speakers. I was a little bit afraid, but fortunately we had... I've noticed that on every conference where Kerli is the moderator, it ends with talking about money. Today we spoke about other things too. And I know that 4% of the GDP is planned to be spent on security issues. So I know that Kerli is very active in tax questions as well. So maybe it's food for thought for you. But for the audience, there are more stories to talk about, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.